Chapter 1765. Su Fengnian said helplessly, but the two of us are still different. You came from the top of the mountain, I came from the bottom of the mountain. In order to achieve my wish, I faced many obstacles, from Wangxianji to Xia Guining to Tantai Pingjing. And in the end, I acted out of selfishness. You didn't have to do this. You could achieve immortality peacefully and become a celestial. Moreover, Wudang Mountain has always been an anomaly. As long as you are willing to ascend and accept the enlistment, I believe that the top will give you a big reward. Taking a step back, even if sect leader Li chooses to stay in the world like the Wudang ancestors, there will be a day in the future when a Wudang Taoist priest will take you as a disciple, just like how sect leader Li carried Yu Fu on his back. He will bring you up the mountain to cultivate again and continue to accumulate merit. Yu Fu Li walked up the stairs with his disciple Yu Fu on his back and said slowly, since ancestor Lu set the rules, Wudang Mountain is very similar to Bailiang today. To put it bluntly, it is like a frontier town in the human world. But because there is a bottom line, we have never crossed it. That's why we can barely survive until today. After I came up the mountain, I was ashamed that I cultivated my mind more than my strength. I looked through the handwritten letters of the previous headmasters, read the history books, and even read the Buddhist scriptures. In my spare time, I occasionally went to the big and small lotus peaks to look into the distance. Over time, I had some ideas that I shouldn't have. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and said, "Today I know that it's not only you and me, Bailiang and Wudang are also in the same boat." Yu Fu Li joked, "Why don't you use the phrase, like-minded?" Su Fengnian glanced at the little Taoist boy Yu Fu and said softly, "If I'm not wrong, the next headmaster of Wudang Mountain after you should be Han Gui from the Green Mountain Taoist Temple. The Taoist priest who was praised by the old headmaster Wang Zhonglo as righteous and sincere, the further you go. After that, it will be this guy. Wang Zhonglo, Hong Shixiang, you, Han Gui, Yu Fu. In just a few years, I have seen 5 headmasters of Wudang." Li Yufu said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I'm afraid I'll only be able to see His Highness, the King of Bailiang." Su Fengnian and Li Yufu were resting in a pavilion located halfway up the mountain. In the darkness of the night, the lights of the escaped summer town at the foot of the mountain were dim. The little Daoist boy Yu Fu had fallen asleep again. Li Yufu said softly, "The fate of West Chu that Chao Chongqing carried has been scattered to Guangling Taoism. However, the fate of Chao Chongqing as the Confucian sage, I can't figure it out." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It was split into 2. One was given to Zhao Zhu, the crown prince of Yanqi. The other was originally given to Chen Jibao, but the latter refused for some reason. Thus, it was absorbed by Tantai Pingjing of the Guanyin sect." Li Yufu asked curiously, "Compared to Chen Jibao, Chao Chongqing should be closer to you." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Li Chungang lost to Wang Xianji, and Wang Xianji lost to me. Chao Chongqing chose Chen Jibao." At first, outsiders were puzzled. The truth may take a long time to be revealed. Li Yufu looked into the distance and said, "The size of Jianghu depends on the fate. Huang Longsher made Jianghu enter an unprecedented year in the past 20 years. Masters came out in large numbers. If it was in the era of Gao Shulu or Lu Songtao, a Jianghu could accommodate 3 or 4 terrestrial immortals at most. In bad years, there may only be 1 or 2. There were only a dozen martial artists who reached the 1st grade. I believe that the predecessors couldn't imagine the prosperity of Jianghu in these years. Originally, after the death of Chao Chongqing, either someone could quickly become an terrestrial immortal, or many 1st-grade masters would emerge. I didn't expect that in the end, it was the Qi trainer grandmaster who became a celestial being." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It has always been the modern people who are ashamed to face the ancient people. Now it is the ancient people who are ashamed to see the modern people. It is very interesting." Li Yufu suddenly said, "Your Highness, from then on, Mount Wudang will need your care." Su Fengnian said with a sad face, "Then won't there be another burden on my shoulders?" Li Yufu laughed and said, "When I went down the mountain to travel, I heard an interesting saying. The lice on the rich are double eyelids. The more I think about it, the more reasonable it is. Your Highness has a big family and business, so don't refuse. Su Fengnian smiled. Then, he felt a bit of sadness in his heart as he looked at this young Daoist who was destined to one day disappear from this life. Su Fengnian and Li Yufu both knew that the way of heaven was selfless. The so-called good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil. This was only the beautiful pursuit of the world that was almost wishful thinking. In fact, as long as there were immortals and gods in the clouds, the world could not escape the fate of being a puppet. Su Fengnian wanted to cut off the karma for himself. Li Yufu wanted to cut off the karma imposed on the world by the celestial being. The battle between the celestial being and the celestial being that the two fought side by side may have been quiet from beginning to end, but it determined the grand pattern of the world for the next 1,000 years. Su Fengnian still did not know what Li Yufu was really thinking and what he wanted. However, when Su Fengnian looked at this young Daoist in a plain and clean Daoist robe, his heart was filled with respect. Li Yufu carried his disciple Yufu on his back, and the little Taoist boy carried the small bamboo box. The young leader of Wudang exhaled and said softly, "I want to say something for the world." Su Fengnian was puzzled. The young Taoist looked at the peaceful night in the distance and said with a smile, "I hope that in the world after my death, the gentleman will strive for self-improvement and the gentleman will be virtuous. I hope that thousands of years later, whether there is Jianghu or not, there will be chivalrous people who will act righteously." Su Fengnian could not help but interrupt, "Is that 2 sentences?" Li Yufu nodded and said with a smile, "Then I will say one more sentence." Su Fengnian was silent for a moment. "This can be." The two stood side by side on the mountainside of Wudang. It seemed that 1,000 years had passed. Chapter 1766. In Jianghu, it was a dark and windy night to kill. On the battlefield, it was autumn when the horses were fighting. Fortunately, it was not autumn yet and it was summer. In the temple of the Southern Dynasty in Beimang, there were many basins of ice and it was chilly. An old woman wearing an old yellow dragon robe made in the style of the Southern Tang Dynasty was sitting leisurely on the steps in front of the dragon throne instead of sitting high up on the dragon throne. There were more than 40 people standing in the spacious hall, but it was not crowded. The hall was not divided by civil and military officials. On the right side of the hall were people wearing yellow and purple official robes, no different from the officials who attended the court meeting in Liang. On the left side, most of them were wearing casual clothes, but almost all of them had Xianbei jade belts on their waists. Among them, there was the first person of the old Southern Dynasty, Huang Songpu, who had returned to command military power, Dong Zhuo, who still held the title of King of the Southern Courtyard, Helian Wuwei, who was in charge of the Heshi province, Wang Yong, who was in charge of the Aquarius province, Murong Baoding, who was in charge of the Tangerine province, General Zhong Shintong, Lu Gui, who had lost in the Battle of Lu province in Baoyang, Wang Yong, who was in charge of the Aquarius province, and Wanyan Jinliang, who was in charge of the Longguan aristocracy. Not only were these Beimang generals and heroes gathered, but there was also Beimang's only surviving minister for 3 dynasties, Yelu Hongkai, the leader of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan, and Crown Prince Yelu Hongkai. In addition, the younger generation had Tuoba Qi Yun, who rose to fame in the First Battle of Liangmang, Zhong Tan, who was in charge of the Beimang Boer Hui, King Jingchong, Yelu Dongchuang, and Princess Yelu Meiyu, who was once known as Fan Bainu and had the reputation of being the best player of the Beimang horse drum, and Yelu Yuhu, who had missed the title of Xia Zhibo, and so on. These people were undoubtedly the most prominent figures in the Northern Court and the Southern Court. At this time, everyone was quietly looking at the old woman who rarely appeared in the Southern Court. It was said that the dragon robe was made by the old Southern Tang weaving family of the remnants of the spring and autumn period. Back then, His Majesty liked its graceful and luxurious appearance, so he specially chose this robe from the 6 patterns of dragon robes, and it had never been changed. Today, after the old woman had gathered everyone in this splendid hall, she was not in a hurry to start the discussion. She just sat on the comfortable steps covered in a beautiful lichen with 9 golden dragons. Next to the old woman's feet was a thin, crystal-clear porcelain basin with a delicate dagger in the ice. The old woman picked up the dagger and casually fiddled with the ice. She said without reason, I heard that Li Gongda, the Taoist administrator of Bailiang, has a son who has made great military achievements. As a white horse crossbowman, he has been to the gentleman's pavilion? Li Mibi, who had single-handedly created the Beimang spider web, said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, there is indeed such a person. His name is Li Hanlin. After he entered the Bailiang frontier army, he participated in more than 20 battles, big and small. In every battle, he always took the lead. Now, he has become a crossbowman lieutenant. The old woman laughed and said, In only 3 years, he has become a Bailiang crossbowman lieutenant? Isn't it said that in the world, the Bailiang frontier army is the most difficult to be promoted, and the white horse crossbowman is even more difficult to be promoted? Either this young man's father is really powerful, or our Beimang frontier army is too easy to chop off. When the Beimang Empress said this, Dong Zhuo, Lu Gui, and the other people's faces were obviously a little ugly. However, the big shots like Zhong Shintong and Murong Baoding, who were not involved in the war of Liangmang, were much more relaxed. There was even a subtle smile on their faces. The old woman glanced at Li Mibi, who was standing apart from the others. She seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, Among the 5 great sects of the northern Mang, not to mention the one-man sect Huyen Grand Temple, Tao Virtue Sect, Chess Sword and Music House, Bubang Mountain, and Princess's Tomb, the 4 great sects can be said to be powerful in numbers. Their sword chi is close to yellow and green. The Bronze Man Ancestor, Thirsty, and Small Thoughts are all top masters. Even I have heard of them. In the end, they all died in northern Liang. I also heard in Norland that the Liang Jianghu has always looked down on our northern Mang's Jianghu. They said that each of them would choose 10 masters to fight in pairs. Even the martial arts masters of Liang Jianghu are not worthy of carrying shoes for them. The old woman laughed to herself without a trace of anger. She found Hong Jingyan, who was born blind, in the crowd. She raised her head and looked at the leader of the Ruran cavalry, who had a mixed reputation. Hong Jingyan, you were once ranked in the top 10 of the old martial arts evaluation. That demon Luo Yang can be considered your junior in the chess and sword music school. Tell me, can you kill the king of Bailiang, one of the 4 grand masters of martial arts evaluation? Hong Jingyan cupped his fists expressionlessly and said, I can't kill him. The old woman nodded. Then what if you, Murong Baoding, and Zhong Shintong's younger brother, Zhong Liang, join forces? Hong Jingyan still shook his head and said, I can't kill him. The old woman said, if that's the case, at that young vassal's level, only Tuoba can fight him. What a pity. If not for that little girl from West Chu with the surname Jiang, Li Mibi would have succeeded in the western regions. Hong Jingyan remained silent. In the Battle of Huluku, the entire army, including Yang Yuanzhan, had been wiped out. Only his Ruran cavalry had been lucky enough to avoid 2 of Bailiang's heavy cavalry and break out of the encirclement. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they had managed to preserve the structure of the Ruran cavalry. They did not fall to the point where they were completely wiped out. However, Hong Jingyan's reputation in Beimang had been greatly damaged because of this. If not for a group of nobles from Bailiang pleading for leniency, the Ruran cavalry would not have continued to bear the surname Hong. Afterwards, Dong Zhuo hated Hong Jingyan for avoiding battle to protect himself. He blamed the failure of the Battle of Liangmang on the Ruran cavalry's desertion of their post. If Hong Jingyan had been willing to delay the Liangzhou cavalry and wait for the Dong cavalry under his command to reinforce Huluku, even if Yang Yuanzhan's army was unable to escape, they would not have all died at Huluku. The old woman smiled. That lame Su has only been a master all his life, but he has a very promising son. No wonder he told us many years ago that when his father was drunk, he would always say that Su Xiao should not be too ambitious after growing up. In the future, his grandson will be twice as big as you, Su Xiao. Huang Songpu, Lu Gui, and the other old generals who had made outstanding contributions and were loyal and devoted had a strange and embarrassed look on their faces. Meanwhile, the young generals like Tuoba Chiyun and Zhong Tan also had an eye-opening look on their faces. After all, some of the palace rumors that had been circulating in Beimang for many years could not be taken seriously as long as the person involved did not agree to it. The old woman joked, Chao Changqing died outside Tai and city, but other than Su Fengnian, there was also the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. If the two of them called for 2 or 3 helpers of similar cultivation levels, such as Sui Xia and Gu, then wouldn't my head be the same as Su Huainan, the king of the old North Court by the Ruoshui years ago? That kid Su Fengnian took my head away just like that. I don't mind telling you that not only did the Qi cultivators of the imperial astronomer of Liang die, our Beimang is not much better. Now, those flying land immortals' movements are not easy to grasp. If Su Fengnian suddenly appeared outside the main hall today, how would you stop him? The main hall was silent. No one could answer this tricky and heart-wrenching question. The old woman held a dagger and gently broke a piece of ice. She did not make things difficult for these high-ranking Beimang officials. She sighed softly. It is said that a martial artist in Jianghu is no match for 100 people, but a general on the battlefield is a match for 10,000 people. It is also said that a county magistrate can destroy a county governor. It seems that as long as one is an official, whether civil or military, it is more impressive than practicing martial arts. Therefore, I don't understand why Su Fengnian left His Royal Highness to wander around Jianghu and then went to Wudang Mountain to practice martial arts. I am even more curious why lame Su tolerated his eldest son's unscrupulous behavior. At that time, I only thought that Su Fengnian had no choice. He wanted to compete with Chen Jibao for the military power of the Beiliang cavalry. His military achievements and reputation would definitely be hard to match. He could only think of a way out for himself. Since he could no longer stay in the imperial court, he might as well go to Jianghu and show off while he still had some family background. Looking back, if Su Fengnian did not become a martial arts grandmaster because of him, Chen Jibao would not have left Chuliang and entered Shu. At this point, the old woman fell into a long silence. Dong Zhuo quietly sighed. Then, this fat man calmly sized up a young woman out of the corner of his eye. Princess Yalu Yuhu. Back then, if Su Fengnian naturally could not bear this great responsibility and Chen Jibao ultimately replaced him in Beiliang, then perhaps the Great War of Liangmang would never have happened. Beimang would most likely have chosen Liaodong or Jizhou to invade from the south. The reason was very simple. On one hand, they feared the white-clothed war saint Chen Jibao's godly ability to command troops. More importantly, Chen Jibao, through Yalu Yuhu, had secretly conveyed a certain attitude to Beimang. That was, if Beimang started a war outside of Beiliang, whether it was going south from Jizhou to the Central Plains or engaging in a decisive battle with Gu Jintang's 2 Liaoning border armies, the Beiliang frontier army would only watch from the sidelines. However, Chen Jibao only promised that he would watch from the sidelines before Beimang captured Great and City. He did not make any promises about his future plans. This tacit understanding naturally could not be kept on paper, but Dong Zhuo believed that Chen Jibao truly did have such plans back then. It was not completely absurd to say that it was Su Fengnian who had personally dragged Beiliang into the quagmire of war between the two countries. Of course, at the time, all of Beimang did not believe that they would lose. They only believed that even if they captured Beiliang, there was no profit to be gained. In the end, both Beimang and Liang were caught off guard. Now, Beimang was riding a tiger and could not get off. Even the powerful officials of Beimang who had previously insisted on going down the 2 liaos to attack Great and City, no matter how much they rejoiced in their misfortune, did not dare to show the slightest objection. This was because, despite the gentle appearance of the emperor sitting before them, everyone knew that if anyone dared to expose her shortcomings at this time, only death would await them. Chapter 1767. The old woman put away her thoughts and slowly said, "The order of peace will arrive soon." Then, right now, in this large room, pretty much all of Northern Mang's influential figures have gathered. We hope that everyone can speak freely. However, before we discuss the country's affairs, we have a small matter for you all to do. Everyone immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all put on a respectful posture and listened attentively. The old woman raised the dagger that was stained with some ice shards and pointed at Dong Zhuo and Lu Gue. Beiliang scouts wander freely in the Longyan Plains near Huda City and the northern border of Liuzhou. People say that the White Horse crossbowmen are the best scouts in the world. I don't want to believe that. Dongjua, your crow pen and Lu Gui, your black fox pen are the most elite horse pens in Beimang. I hope that before autumn, no matter how many of you die in battle, I don't want to see even a single Bailiang crossbowman. Dongjua's face was full of pain. Lu Gui wanted to say something but stopped. The old woman didn't put away the dagger. She sneered and said, 300,000 of our men died outside Bailiang. What's the big deal about 1,000 more deaths? Throw out all the fences of crows and black foxes. The old woman's face became colder and colder. She said sternly, let's not talk about the imperial bulletin of the provincial governors of Liang Imperial Court. We can even get the imperial bulletin of the Jidushi and the administrator. However, the war with Bailiang is imminent, and we can't even get a single useful spy report on the specific deployment of the Bailiang Frontier Army. Not a single one. What a joke. Lu Gui bowed and said in a deep voice, my black fox pen was willing to die before the war. Dongjua had no choice but to agree. Crow's Nest is the same. At this moment, the imperial decree of peace walked into the main hall with a scroll in his hands. Under the instructions of the Empress of Beimang, a huge map of the Liangmang confrontation was spread out at the bottom of the stairs. It was more than 10 feet long and wide. It included Huda City, Huayang Pass, Liuya Fuling Grave, and the 3 military towns, as well as Beiju City, which was being rapidly built. The map had a panoramic view of the entire Liangzhou Pass. As for the passes of the 4 prefectures, it was even more detailed and accurate, down to the county level. Apart from the geography, Bailiang's Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, the left and right cavalry, the Long Xiang Army, the 2 heavy cavalry armies, and all the other main forces in the field were also marked in the vicinity of a certain encampment. From the leading general to the approximate number of soldiers and horses, everything was written in red ink. The old woman stood up and casually threw the dagger into the porcelain basin mixed with ice water. She walked down the stairs and lowered her head to look at the huge map. Ever since I ascended the throne, other than appointing the leading generals, I have never made any decisions regarding military affairs. This time, I will make an exception. After she finished speaking, she concentrated on looking down at the map. The imperial decree of peace stood by her side and said calmly, the second southern expedition will be held at the beginning of autumn. There will be no commander. In order to avoid certain situations, Tuoba has already stepped down from his position as the king of the northern courtyard. He will only lead a personal army. The imperial decree of peace looked calmly at the king of the southern courtyard, Dongjua. The fat man's face was impeccably blank. Beimang's elder, Yelu Hongkai, sneered, fatty Dong, playing dumb won't work this time. Dongjua remained blank for a long time under everyone's gazes. In the end, he could not resist the imperial decree of peace's gaze. He first looked with a tearful face at the emperor and found that the old woman remained unmoved. Dongjua quickly returned to his carefree state and said with a smile, since our military god is no longer the king of the northern courtyard, Dongjua have no virtue or ability to lead a group of officials alone. I will also not be the king of the southern courtyard. Only after Dongjua had relented did the imperial decree of peace continue. The first line consists of 4 armies, Dongjua, Huang Songpu, Murong Baoding, and Lu Gui. Each of them will have a deputy. They are Hong Jingyan, Zhong Tan, Yelu Dongchuang, and Tuoba Qian. It wasn't strange to set up 4 armies, but the idea of a deputy general was worth pondering over. Dongjua and Hong Jingyan had once been rivals in the fight for the king of the southern courtyard. The Dong family's private army and the Ruren cavalry were all top elites of Beimang. It could be said that enemies were bound to meet. Huang Songpu and Zhong Tan, this pair of old and young, were very exciting. There was no need to mention the old general Huang Songpu. In the past, he was nominally the leader of the officials of the Southern Dynasty. He was also one of the 13 generals of Beimang with real power. Zhong Tan had already proven in the first battle of Liangmang that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. Although Beimang had suffered a great defeat at the Battle of Huluku, this could not deny Zhong Tan's brilliant achievements in the previous 3 sieges. As the eldest son of General Zhong Shintong, it was already a foregone conclusion that Beimang would have a father-son pair of great generals in the future. As for Murong Baoding and Yelu Dongchuang, just the two surnames alone were enough to make people's imaginations run wild. Great General Lu Gui and the head of the four great banquets, Tuoba Chiyun, were both leading the same army. This was enough to place high hopes on them. The Taiping decree said in a low voice, after Dong Zhuo and Murong Baoding's armies pass Huda City and head south, they will be in charge of the battle outside Liangzhou Pass. Huang Songpu will attack Xingsang City in Liuzhou and cut off the connection between the Longxiang army in Liuzhou and Zbiqing City in Liangzhou. They will also need to involve the iron stupas of Qidong and Yuan Nanting's white feather light cavalry. Lu Gui will station his troops outside Huluku in Yuzhou to prevent the Yuzhou cavalry from using this place as an exit. During this time, Zhong Tan will pay special attention to the movements of the Beiliang cavalry general Chao Wei's troops to prevent them from breaking into our southern dynasty territory in the area of Linyao Army Town. Dong Zhuo's infantry must take Huayang Pass, where the Beiliang protectorate is located, before winter. Murong Baoding, your mission will be to annihilate the Beiliang cavalry in Liuya, Fuling, and the other military towns. The Taiping decree looked at the 8 generals with different expressions. Perhaps you all want to ask, if He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's 2 main Beiliang cavalry forces head north, how should we deal with them? The answer is extremely simple. Other than the first line, we have a second line of battle that will coordinate with you. Similarly, there are 4 main armies, Zhong Shentong, Wanyan Jinliang, Helian Wue, Wang Yong, each of you will lead an army. When the time comes, you will be stationed in the Longyan Plain north of Huda City and wait for an opportunity to move. When He Zhonghu's left cavalry forces head north, Zhong Shentong and Wanyan Jinliang will head south. For the same reason, Helian Wue and Wang Yong will target Zhou Kang's right cavalry. Without waiting for the people in the hall to raise their objections, the Taiping decree continued, His Highness the Crown Prince and Tuoba will each lead an army as the third line of reinforcements. They will follow the army of the second line of battle and head south. As long as there is an accident on the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass, they will definitely rush to the battlefield within a day. This kind of deployment of troops made people dumbfounded. It wasn't too unconventional, nor was it too high up in the air. Instead, it was too straight. It was like a fight between young children. They only knew how to use brute force. Punches and kicks were exchanged back and forth. There were no moves to speak of, so it seemed particularly ordinary. This did not seem like a big move that Beimang's imperial preceptor should have made after racking his brains. Almost any ordinary commander from Beimang's army would be able to make such a deployment. The most important thing was that this kind of deployment revealed an obvious cold-blooded cruelty. It was obvious that they wanted to force the 4 armies on the front line, especially the 2 in the middle, to fight to the death with Beiliang. There was no fancy, no room for maneuver. They were just going all out to exchange troops with the Beiliang frontier army. They would either win a Pyrrhic victory or die. In short, there would be no good ending. Dong Zhuo's eyes were gloomy, and Murong Baoding's face was filled with anger. Deputy General Yelu Dongdao, who had unknowingly become a grasshopper on a string with Murong Baoding, did not look any better. He turned to look at his grandfather, Yelu Hongkai, but the old man only shook his head, indicating for him to calm down. Chapter 1768. Helian Wue, Heshi Prefecture's disciplinary magistrate, and Wang Yong, Aquarius Prefecture's disciplinary magistrate, although they were not the main force on the front line, most of them had heavy hearts. Zhong Tan's face was expressionless, while Tuoba Chiyun felt relieved, and then smiled knowingly. Beimang's crown prince, Yelu Hongkai, who rarely showed his face in the imperial court, gave people a feeling of being completely uninvolved. The Taiping magistrate turned a blind eye to the solemn atmosphere in the imperial court. He lowered his head and shifted his line of sight to Liangyi Prefecture, Jizhou, and the other northern regions. This battle is not only fought north of Beiliang's Bibu city, but also outside of Beiliang. I have a few questions. You are all pillars of Beimang, so why don't you answer my questions? The first question is about Lianghuai Prefecture's Judushi Kai Nan and Administrator Han Lin's attitude toward Beiliang. Once the battle situation in Beiliang is not favorable, with Kai Nan's troops as the main force, will the Lianghuai border army stand by and watch them die, or will they be willing to take the risk and advance west? For the first time, Helian Wu, who had always been taciturn, was the first to speak. Absolutely not. Liang Imperial Court has just conferred Kai Nan with the title of Marquis. No matter what kind of thoughts Kai Nan has towards Beiliang, he certainly won't dare to send troops without authorization. Moreover, Kai Nan is an old general under Gu Jiantang. His actions can easily affect the whole situation. He is destined not to implicate Tang Taihuang and his group of colleagues. The Taiping magistrate nodded and said, "The second question is, after Ji Province's General Yuan Tingshan took away the Li family's Yan Castle cavalry, and now the Liang Imperial Court has already left him at Guangling Road to assist Wu Zhongshuan in cleaning up the mess together with Song Li. Under this premise, Liang will most likely send either Lu Xingxiang or Su Gong to Ji Province. Will their arrival have a decisive impact on the direction of the Huai and Huai border matters? In my view, not only will Lu Xingxiang enter the Two Rivers, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, will also arrive at the same time. However, the use of these two people will not be of any benefit to the Battle of Beiliang. Instead, it will be of the same origin as Gu Jiantang's attack. It is just that Li Yang hopes that our Beimang Iron Cavalry will persist in attacking Beiliang. It will also prevent us from advancing to Great Peace City once Beiliang is defeated. With Kai Nan's army and these two famous generals of Liang personally coming to the north, in addition to Gu Jiantang's two Liao armies, I believe that only then will the emperor of the Zhao family be truly at ease. Therefore, the arrival of Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong will not change the situation of the Battle of Beiliang. The Taiping magistrate smiled at this rising star and then asked, "The third question is, previously, Chao Wei of Beiliang's 10,000 cavalry hid in the western regions and attempted to take a long detour to attack the hinterland of our southern dynasty. If it were not for the emergency situation at Qingsang City and having no choice but to surface, it would have been a great disaster. Currently, the young men of Liuzhou and the tens of thousands of monk soldiers of Mount Lantua are all under Beiliang's command, and Liuzhou's military strength is increasing instead of decreasing. Furthermore, one of the twin jade annulus of West Chu, Ko Jianghuai, is the general of Liuzhou. Both sides in the Longxiang army are in a tripartite balance of power. Do you have any countermeasures?" Zhong Tan said passively, "Naturally, we cannot touch the young men of Liuzhou, but that Mount Lantua is not impossible to instigate a rebellion. The reason why Mount Lantua is leaning towards Beiliang is because of the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian's goodwill towards the Buddhist sects of the world, and also because of that female bodhisattva. We can work on both fronts. If we cannot kill Su Fengnian, we can try to assassinate that six-jeweled guru. At the same time, we can also make contact with the other powers of Mount Lantua. It is true that our Beimang wants to exterminate Buddhism, but there is no harm in making the eminent monk of Mount Lantua our imperial teacher. However, this will require an imperial decree from your majesty." The Taiping magistrate nodded and said, "The imperial decree has been prepared." Zhong Tan was not surprised. He cupped his fists and said, "This general is willing to personally go to Mount Lantua in the western regions." After the Taiping magistrate agreed, he said, "Fourth question, once the matter of Huai and the western regions is settled, can we add some firewood to Shuzhou?" Li Mixi smiled and said, "That prince surnamed Zhao of Nanzhao, who caused the people under his jurisdiction to complain everywhere, has actually been our Beimang spy for a long time. In the western Shu Dao, there is also an important personage who has been carefully instigated by me to rebel, an official with the rank of administrator. If we say that these two people are helping to lead the troops to cross the border to attack Beiliang, then we are overestimating them. It's just that our Beimang is not enough to deal with major matters, but we have more than enough to deal with Liang. When the time comes, we can use them as sacrificial pawns and let the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, thoroughly turn into a notorious traitor of Liang." First, the great snow dragon cavalry left the territory of the Prince of Beiliang without permission. Then, there are two people who used the Beiliang banner to rebel. I believe that the intelligent people of Liang will understand, but the common people of the Central Plains will probably believe it to be true. Probably only when the Beiliang frontier army is wiped out and Su Fengnian is killed in battle will they suddenly realize that, oh, that guy surnamed Su actually did not rebel. Wanyan Jinliang snorted disdainfully. Helian Wei furrowed his brows. Not to mention the usefulness of this kind of sneaky trick, in the end, it was the same as Li Mixi's identity. It could not see the light of day, and it was also difficult for it to be displayed in the halls of elegance. The prefect of peace smiled and said, the true meaning of this move is not to win the hearts of the people of the Central Plains, but to give the Liang imperial court an excellent reason to righteously and confidently restrict the supply of grain. In the hinterland of the Central Plains of Liang, from the king of Jing and Zhao Sun to the administrator Wen Tai to the deputy provincial governor Ma Zhongxian, they have all accumulated grievances with Su Fengnian for a long time. I believe that they will be happy to see this happen. Even if Great Peace City eventually convinces the young emperor of the Zhao family to open up the supply of grain, it is still a good thing to slow them down a step and cause the Beiliang frontier army to lose thousands or even tens of thousands of people. The Empress of Beimang, who had been looking down at the map at her feet, suddenly raised her head and asked, I have a fifth question. That Beiliang claims to have 300,000 cavalry that is the best in the world, and the generals under Su Fengnian are said to be enough to make my Beimang and Liang feel ashamed of their inferiority. Then, would like to ask everyone one thing, Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Yuan Zuozong, Qin Yinshui, Ancestor Gu, He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, and the others. Just Beiliang has so many famous generals of this generation, so many great heads, so why don't my Beimang's million-strong army take them? The old woman suddenly took several steps forward and stepped heavily on the map. She said in a clear voice, I don't need you to answer the fifth question. I have a sixth question. Everyone in the hall, who is willing to open up new territory and be conferred the title of king? Everyone in the hall felt their hearts tremble. The old woman laughed loudly, listen well. Liang has 30 provinces. In the following battle, those who kill Beiliang's third-grade generals, such as Liangzhou's general Shi Fu, Lingzhou's general Han Laozhan, Yozhou's general Huang Fuxi, Yozhou's general Yu Wandao, Liuzhou's general Ko Jianghuai, and the others, will all be conferred the title of Marquis. Those who kill Beiliang's third-grade civil officials, such as Li Gongda, Song Dongming, Yang Guangdou, Chang Sui, Su Beiji, and Qin Shiliang will all be conferred the title of Marquis. Those who kill Qin Yinshui, Ancestor Gu, He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, and the others will be conferred the title of King. In the future, after annexing Liang, you will have a province in the Central Plains. Those who kill Chu Lushan, Yan Wenluan, Su Longxiang, and Yuan Zuozong will be conferred the title of King and have 2 provinces in the Central Plains of Liang. The old woman's face was ferocious. In the end, she said, those who kill the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian. They will be conferred the title of king. They will be the king of the South Courtyard, whose territory includes the entire Central Plains. They will be conferred the title of Prince Liang. Other than the 4 provinces in Beiliang, they can also take any province in the Central Plains. The hall was silent. There was no sound. Dong Zhuo laughed loudly. His eyes were burning. He cupped his fists and said loudly, Your Majesty, I, Dong Zhuo, will gladly accept Chu Lushan's head. Murong Baoding glanced at the map and said with narrowed eyes, Then I will accept the heads of Jean Partridge, Zhou Kong, and the others. Huang Songpu laughed loudly and said, Fortunately, there are still the heads of Su Longxiang, Ko Jianghuai, Yang Guangdou, and Qin Shiliang in Liuzhou. They are still valuable. The old woman slowly walked forward. Step by step, she entered Beiliang's territory on the map and finally stepped on Mount Qingliang. Before it snows this year, I will let every inch of Beiliang be covered in blood. Chapter 1769. Mount Wudong was flourishing. Many pilgrims spared no effort and traveled thousands of li to Mount Wudong to burn incense. Pilgrims from other places were especially numerous in the capital and Jinggan Road. Many of Mount Wudong's Taoist temples, big and small, provided lodging. Even Shaozhu Peak, which had just been opened not too long ago, had an endless stream of pilgrims. Wudong's main peak, Zishu Temple and Elephant Cleansing Pond, Little Lotus Peak's persimmon forest and tortoise-carrying tablet, and Yuzhu Peak's huge auspicious murals. These scenic spots were undoubtedly fascinating and unique. However, the Wudang Taoist priest's amiability made the pilgrims feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Even those with high seniority like Chen Zhao and Yu Xingrui, as well as the honorable chief Li Yufu, would always follow the rules set by ancestor Lu, my mountain Taoist priest, every 10 years, and explain the signs to the pilgrims free of charge. However, the prosperity of Mount Wudang's incense could only be attributed to one person, Su Fengnian, who had once cultivated on the mountain. The elephant cleansing pond, which was not far from his cottage, had now become a place of pilgrimage for the people of Jianghu. It had also attracted countless female pilgrims to Mount Wudang because of its reputation. Burning incense was true, as was their admiration for the northern Su. That young man was really too legendary. As a vassal with a different surname, he was an extremely high official, and in his hands he controlled Beiliang's 300,000-strong cavalry. As a martial artist, he was ranked among the 4 great grandmasters of Wushu. Moreover, it was said that he was handsome and handsome. Word of mouth spread that he was even known as a banished immortal. His style was not inferior to that of West Chu's Chao Changqing. As a result, an extremely interesting scene appeared on Mount Wudang. Unlike other temples and Taoist temples, Mount Wudang had more and more female pilgrims, and most of them were young women who came with their companions. When Su Fengnian, Li Yufu, and Yufu parted ways in the twilight, the master and disciple continued to climb the mountain towards Mount Wudang, while Su Fengnian went to the thatched cottage. Unexpectedly, he was met with a closed door. Looking from a distance, there was clearly a faint light in the house, but when he approached, the light suddenly went out, and then he knocked on the door. Su Fengnian was somewhat baffled, and only thought that she was embarrassed and did not have the face to live in the same room with him. This made Su Fengnian laugh involuntarily. In fact, when she carried the books up the mountain, the two of them lived together, but it had nothing to do with sharing a bed. He slept on the small bed, and she could only pitifully sleep on the floor in the corner of the room. At that time, His Royal Highness did not have protective feelings for the fairer sex, and the little clay figurine absolutely would not accept his kindness. If Su Fengnian really suggested that she sleep on the floor, she would not be able to sleep soundly, and would only think that His Royal Highness had bad intentions. From this, it could be seen that at that time, the little clay figurine of Mount Qingliang was really badly bullied by His Royal Highness. 2 thin wooden doors, just like that, blocked the young lord who had even forced his way into the imperial astronomer's house. Su Fengnian turned around and saw a small bamboo chair that she had probably forgotten to take back into the house. Su Fengnian sat on the chair he had woven himself when he was riding a bull, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he looked up at the bright starry sky. The night sky was as cold as water, but unfortunately, there was no Qing Luo to chase away the fireflies with her little fan. Su Fengnian sat alone for a while, but he was really bored, so under the starlight he went to the vegetable garden adjacent to the hut. It was full of lush greenery that had been taken care of by the little mud men. Many wooden shelves had been set up, covered with vines of cucumbers and loofahs, and many small yellow flowers. Su Fengnian counted some green peppers, and there were even some round watermelons hidden in the greenery. Su Fengnian counted about 5 or 6 of them, all of different sizes. He didn't know if it was because he loved the house and its crow, but Su Fengnian always felt that they were very cute. He thought that when they grew up, he would pick them and ice them in the elephant washing pond. They would definitely be delicious, but perhaps he would be reluctant to eat them. Su Fengnian returned to the small bamboo chair and sat down, closing his eyes, but not thinking about anything. With a creak, the hut's door gently opened, only opening a small gap. Jiang and I secretly looked at the back of that figure, feeling a little uneasy. Since she started climbing the mountain alone, she was used to sleeping on the floor. Later, she gathered her courage and spread the bamboo mat on the small bed. These days, she had a good sleep. Previously, when she heard Su Fengnian's familiar footsteps, the first thing she did was to jump off the bed barefooted, close the door, and throw the bamboo mat on the floor. She lay on the mat and pretended to sleep, covering her ears and pretending to be dead. This series of actions was done in one breath, very much like a master's style. After waiting for a long time, when he got up and left, she returned to sit down, and then there was nothing else. Instead, Jiang and I began to feel apprehensive, not because of her conscience, but because she was afraid that the person who liked to hold grudges the most would come to settle the score. She was in a dilemma for a long time before she gathered her courage and opened the door. In the end, she saw that person sitting quietly outside, without any intention to argue with her. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded, and Jiang and I was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She instantly flew into a rage, feeling distressed and resentful. Su Fengnian. You stole my things. Su Fengnian, who was chewing on a cucumber, turned his head with an expression that deserved a beating. What's yours is mine. What's yours is mine. How can you say that I stole your things? Jiang and I stretched out her hand with a straight face, and resolutely said, pay up. Su Fengnian seemed to have expected this. I don't have any money on me, so I'll owe you first. Tomorrow, I'll borrow some copper coins from Headmaster Li and the others. How many copper coins do you charge me for a cucumber? 1 copper coin or 2 copper coins? Jiang and I hesitated for a moment and confidently said, 2 copper coins. Su Fengnian smiled gently, biting on the cucumber, and vaguely said, you don't know how to bid 3 copper coins? Jiang and I was stunned at first, and then became angry out of humiliation. If you say 2 copper coins, then 2 copper coins. She quickly added, but it can't be the 2 copper coins of the eternal emblem Tongbao. It must be the 2 copper coins of the auspicious talisman Tongbao. Su Fengnian joked, oh, you've collected Hong Jia and the eternal emblem 16 big and small springs. Today, you're planning to collect the auspicious talisman money. Little mud man, your ambition isn't small, huh? Jiang and I angrily said, why do you care? Su Fengnian turned his head, and remained silent. Jiang and I came to his side, and warned Su Fengnian as if guarding against a thief, the watermelon is still small, you can't steal it. Su Fengnian grunted. He didn't know why, but he thought of Wutong'an on Mount Qingliang. The second-class maids had cucumber, green ant, white wine, and so on. The first-class maids had sweet potato and blue bird. Some were still there, and some were no longer there. Jiang and I went back to the house and moved a small chair to sit slightly away from him. She used the corner of her eyes to watch him slowly eat the cucumber, as if he was eating her copper coins. 2 copper coins. Chapter 1770. Su Fengnian stopped chewing. Holding the remaining half of the cucumber, he said softly, Xia Shibian and the others are doing well, you don't have to worry. The Song family has become the leader of the local officials of the new Guangling Dao. The emperor of the Zhao family has specially summoned Song Maolin to the capital to become a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. The former Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui has been able to return to the capital. The new Guangling Dao administrator Wang Xiongui is one of the favorite students of the old Gangnam-do, Yu Jiankang. He is naturally close to the scholars of the Guangling Dao. Once he arrived at the Guangling Dao, he did not immediately go to the yamen to take up a post. Instead, he held a large banquet and called for hundreds of famous scholars of Jiangnan to chat. Additionally, he invited more than 20 Ji Shang from the Shangyin Academy. It can be said to be a rare literary event. Song Li, one of the main generals of the Guangling Dao, immediately married a woman from a powerful family of the Guangling Dao. All these signs indicate that Taiyan City does not wish for the Guangling Dao to have any more waves. Jiang and I did not speak. Su Fengnian turned his head to look. Looking at that beautiful face, he said softly, in this world, there are some things where no one is indispensable. Your luck has always been good, you are also within this usually. Jiang and I said lightly, there is no need to comfort me. I have never felt that West Chu needs me that much. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I am relieved that you can think this way. Jiang and I suddenly asked, then what about Beiliang? Is it impossible without you? Su Fengnian met her gaze and said seriously, of course it is impossible without me. Jiang and I rolled her eyes. Su Fengnian smiled and started eating the cucumber again. If Su Xiao did not die, if my master Li Shan was still alive, if Qin Zhibao was willing to assist me in becoming the king of Beimang, if the court did not restrict the northwest border, if the Murong and Yelu families of Beimang had internal strife, if the Beiliang frontier army was not 300,000 but 500,000. It is a pity that there are not so many ifs in the world, so I appear very important. Jiang and I tilted her head. Are you complaining to me? Su Fengnian rolled his eyes at her. I am not bitter. I am clearly showing off to you. Do you still remember? Back then, when I told you that I was such a talented martial arts genius, I only needed 2 or 3 years of practice to become invincible under the heavens. My life was as lonely as an avalanche. What did you think of me then? At that time and now? Jiang and I did not refute with words, but showed a disdainful look as if he had stepped on dog shit and it was a big dog shit hole. Su Fengnian raised his hand and threw the cucumber but high, his face full of pride. I have taken 3 disciples. If there is a martial arts evaluation in Jianghu in the future, then Wang Sheng, Yu Dilong, and Lu Yunchang will definitely be in the top 20. That little bastard Yu Dilong is even expected to be the first. Jiang and I said, Yu Dilong? The child who was a scout in the Yuzhou cavalry. Su Fengnian nodded. He did not expect that the power of Jiang Ni's next sentence was no different from a flying sword taking a head. Even I heard of the famous story of leaning against the wall on the Wudang mountain. He is really the most powerful person in the world. Su Fengnian was stunned. Then Jiang and I heard the master of leaning against the wall murmuring, clean up the family. Jiang and I looked up at the Milky Way hanging in the sky. After going to Guangling Road with her uncle, she had always heard the people there call it the Guangling River in the sky. Su Fengnian followed her to look at the river in the sky, murmuring, I heard that there are hundreds of thousands of mountains in Nanjiang. I heard that the snow in Liaodong is heavier than in the northwest. I heard that there is a butterfly spring in Nanzhao. Countless colorful butterflies are connected head to tail, hanging from the trees to the water. Jiang and I listened to his murmuring and said softly, those places that make you yearn for, will you go to see them in the future? Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes. Of course. Jiang and I withdrew her gaze. Tomorrow I want to go to the Purple Void Temple on the top of the mountain to burn incense. Su Fengnian wondered, pray for blessings and make a wish? Or ask for a lot from someone? Jiang and I said unhappily, it's none of your business. Su Fengnian dismissed it with a laugh. If I remember correctly, tomorrow there will be Wudang Taoist Master Qinyao personally interpreting the lot. No matter how late you sleep in, I can have the old Taoist immediately interpret the lot for you. Who told me to be Wudang Mountain's heavenly great pilgrim? How could they dare to neglect me? Jiang and I was about to mock him when Su Fengnian spoke first. That year, Dong Tai gave me 12 pocket flying swords. Later, in those deadly battles with Han Xingxian, Wang Xianji, and Tuoba, many of them were destroyed and could no longer be assembled into a set. Later on, I had the Mahist master craftsman at the back of Mount Qingliang forge a new set of 9 swords, each of which is compatible with my different sword intents. The names of the 9 flying swords are Fengdu, Yishen, Yu, Shujing, Lao Jiao, Mei Zhu, Qiao Chu, Wild Fox, and Yangji. How about it, doesn't it sound very interesting? Jiang and I bluntly said, sour, really sour. Su Fengnian laughed loudly. After he restrained his smile, he reminded him softly, that's right, when you burn incense tomorrow, there are some trivial matters that I have to tell you first, so that you won't be a headless fly running around randomly. You don't need a lot of incense. You can't just buy a bunch to show your sincerity. 3 sticks of incense are enough. Moreover, the copper coins for the incense must be paid by the person making the wish and cannot be borrowed. In Wudang, there is a difference between burning incense in the temple and burning incense in the altar. The former pays particular attention to the fact that the incense does not exceed an inch, and the latter is best with sandalwood incense. Real pilgrims bring their own incense, unlike you who are cramming at the last minute. Oh, wrong, cramming at the feet of Zhenwu the great emperor. That seems even more wrong. After entering the Taoist temple, men on the left and women on the right. No matter if it is the stairs or the threshold, do not walk in the middle. When you make a wish, do not casually promise to provide for them in the future. This is the same principle in Taoist temples and temples. Whether it is a bodhisattva or a true immortal, they do not lack your incense. Also, burning incense in Wudang is said to be the most effective way to pray for peace and prosperity. Remember not to make a wish that is too big. In the future, if your wish comes true, don't forget to fulfill it. Listening to Su Fengnian's tireless nagging, Jiang Ni's state of mind was peaceful, and there was even some warmth in his heart that made people feel warm. However, Su Fengnian did not let Jiang Ni down. His last sentence revealed his true colors of a fox. The most important thing is that it is also possible to make a wish on Wudang Mountain to give birth to a child early. Jiang Ni took a deep breath. She thought of the great gung horn under the moon swearing to kill post. At the end, Jiang Ni swore to kill Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian looked at the scenery of her chest trembling when she breathed and said with a smile, "Little clay figurine, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes." Jiang Ni sneered. She was no longer the little clay figurine who always lost in bickering in the past. Now, she had a bit of the style of His Majesty the Emperor of West Chu. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. When the melodious morning bell of Wudang Mountain sounded at the same time. On the square outside of Wudang Mountain's main peak, Big Lotus Peak, stood hundreds of Wudang Taoist priests of various generations. Not only that, there were hundreds of pilgrims who either stayed here last night or climbed the mountain in the dark. Together, they practiced the fist technique that was said to be found by the previous chief Hong Shixiang from ancient books. It was round and smooth, fair and peaceful. There were 3 people leading the fist technique. The current chief of Wudang, Li Yufu, and his disciple, Yufu. There was also the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, who wore a green robe and a jade pendant. A cool breeze blew gently. It was natural. The mountain was full of fog, immortal air, chivalrous air, and spiritual air. Jiang Ni, who had originally vowed to burn incense alone, secretly stood at the back of the square. She stood on her tiptoes and looked at the slender figure. Hearing the shameless whispers of many female pilgrims, she smiled and 2 dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. After Jiang Ni finished practicing with Su Fengnian, she openly walked through the crowd. Under the eyes of everyone, especially those women, she blushed slightly and took his hand. He said last night that his martial arts practice began at Wudang Mountain. Then his Jianghu should also end at Wudang Mountain. Between the beginning and the end, and even after the beginning, there would be her. Chapter 1771. In the battle between the 2 countries, the spies died first. In the battle between the 2 countries, the scouts died first. In the battle of Liangmang, the spies and scouts all died. In the 2nd year of Liang Xiangfu, in the heat of the summer, the battle had not yet officially begun, but outside the northwest pass there was already an atmosphere of impending mountain rain. Unlike the spies on both sides of the border who were wandering around and watching each other, after the furious Empress of Beimang issued an order, groups of Bailiang crossbowmen and Beimang cavalry began to exchange lives with each other, almost fighting to the death when they saw each other. In a short period of 20 days, more than 40 battles, big and small, the Bailiang's White Horse crossbowmen had already suffered more than 800 casualties. Dongzhuo's Black Crow cavalry and Lu Gui's Black Fox cavalry were the main force of Beimang scouts, and they had lost more than 1,000 cavalry. As for the mixed cavalry from the southern dynasty's Longguan border army, they were even more numerous. In the world, probably only on this battlefield where yellow sand was flying could there be such extravagant large-scale battles between the enemy and their own side. It should be known that in the history of the Central Plains, there was no lack of records of a few hundred roving bandits being able to plunder several provinces, so much so that the capital was shaken. From this, it could be seen that whether it was the scouts at the front line, the light cavalry in the field, or the heavy cavalry used to make the final decision, Liang Mang had reached the peak of cavalry battle strength that would make later generations gasp in amazement. As the situation of the scouts on the border around Huda City became more and more desperate, this also meant that their military strength was even greater than the previous Beimang army, and they were about to stake everything on one throw and move out in full force. When the time came, the grassland would be empty, and they would mobilize all their troops and horses to the south and kowtow to Liangzhou. Before autumn, a battle decided that most of the scouts on both sides of Liangmang were unable to last until autumn. Yelu Chukai, the brother-in-law of the previous southern courtyard Great King Dongzhua, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, and Lin Fu, the trusted aide and favorite general of the great general Lu Gui, the commander of the Black Fox Bars, used 200 Qilong Pass horse bars to lure the enemy deep into the Dragon Eye Plains, with a total of 1,400 elite cavalry. They lured Sun Ji, one of the 3 captains of the Liangzhou White Horse crossbowmen, into charging alone into the hinterland of the Dragon Eye Plains, about 160 li north of the Huda city. Captain Sun Ji died on the spot, while the other 3 captains died on the way to the rear. Only 120 crossbowmen managed to break out of the siege and retreated to the southern end of the Dragon Eye Plains. All of them were wounded, but they were still cut off by Lin Fu's 200 Black Fox Bars. At this time, the cavalry under Lin Fu's command was between more than 100 Bailiang crossbowmen and Huda city. Behind him, the silhouette of the former most majestic city at the border of the Liang dynasty could be faintly seen. After Dongzhua broke into the city, he had climbed up the city wall and personally broken a flag with the word Su. Lin Fu was wearing light armor and riding an extraordinarily handsome rouge horse. He was a remnant of the spring and autumn period who had personally experienced Lu Gui's journey to the north. Originally, Lu Gui had used his military exploits to become the main force of Lu Gui's army. Logically speaking, he didn't need to personally lead the army and participate in this scout battle. However, the Black Fox Bars were old generals' blood, sweat, and tears. Furthermore, Lin Fu, whose ancestors were from a prominent family in the central plains of Qing province, also had an old score to settle with the Su family. Thus, he wanted to collect some interest first. Moreover, although there weren't many scouts on either side, it was obvious that the emperor and a large group of generals were all staring at the battle reports that were sent to the imperial court. Even his benefactor, Lu Gui, who had never had any unique experience as an official, had told him in private that Lin Fu had to perform well this time. Whether or not Lin Fu could advance further in the future, and whether or not he could turn from Lu Gui's trusted aide to an important official of the southern dynasty, depended on this battle. Previously, Lin Fu, who had chased after the stray dogs of Bailiang all the way to the south and didn't engage in close combat, had been very leisurely. He hadn't drawn his bow or drawn his saber. Therefore, the 200 Black Fox Bars beside him, who had been conserving their strength, were naturally more powerful than the wounded crossbowmen in front of him. In the end, they suddenly sped up and circled to the front of the Bailiang cavalry, looking very relaxed. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world, and the White Horse crossbowmen were crowned the Liang cavalry. Sitting high on his horse, Lin Fu couldn't help but snort. It wasn't that he underestimated the strength of the Bailiang crossbowmen responsible for the direction of Huda city, but as a generals, Lin Fu didn't think it was worth it to die in such a cowardly manner when the enemy had such a large disparity in numbers. At the same time, Lin Fu also felt that it wasn't enough to fight to his heart's content. There were 3 groups of cavalry outside of Liangzhou's pass. The veteran captain Sun Ji was in the middle, Wei Tumu was stationed at the border of Liangzhou's Liangyu region, where the 2 heavy cavalry groups of Bailiang had quietly exited the pass, and the new young Captain Li Hanlin's 600 cavalry mainly roamed to the north of the Qingyuan military town in Liangzhou's west gate. This time, in order to take down all of Sun Ji's crossbowmen in one go, Lin Fu had no choice but to invite the royal descendant Yelu Chutsai's crowbars to participate in this hunt. He really didn't have any confidence in the useless horse bars trained by the nobles of Longguan in the south. They were practically a disgrace to the name of Beimang's horse bars. In a battle of equal numbers, they had no chance of victory against the Bailiang's White Horse cavalry. No wonder they were laughed at by the Bailiang frontier army as donkey bars. Chapter 1772. One of the deputy captains glanced at the 100 or so Bailiang cavalry that were fighting and retreating at the same time. His eyes burned with desire. He patted his horse and came to Lin Fu's side. "General, what should we do next? We can't just give all our military merits to that outsider named Yelu, right? General, look, that guy named Sun Ji's head is hanging on the back of Dongzhua's brother-in-law's horse. Our brothers are all jealous. According to His Majesty's words, a crossbowman's head is very precious. If you add on the head of Wei Tumu or Li Hanlin, you can almost be made a marquis. Hey, General, are you really not tempted? Lin Fu looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then gave an answer that greatly discouraged his deputy. There's no rush. Let's waste some of the Bailiang cavalry's spirit. We'll continue to retreat. We just need to block their retreat. With this order, the Black Fox Guards followed the movements of the Bailiang crossbowmen and continued to retreat slowly, like a pack of wolves on the grasslands waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lin Fu had a keen intuition that had been nurtured by many years of war. Sun Ji, who had taken the bait and lost his life, was of course a big fish. However, there might not be only one big fish that took the bait. If he pulled the rod too early, the fishing line would break. Yelu Chukai, who was leading the chase, suddenly tilted his head slightly and easily dodged a crossbow bolt. Behind him, the crow rider was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, but he still used his bow arm to deflect the bolt. This crow rider, who used to be a horse catcher, was furious. He whipped his horse and spun the lasso, accurately wrapping it around the neck of a white horse crossbowman at the back of the enemy cavalry. With a strong pull, he pulled the crossbowman off the horse. The Bailiang rider who fell heavily to the ground tried to stand up, but the crow rider had already bent down and slid his blade across the neck. Just as the head was about to fall into his hands, another crow rider extended his blade and stabbed the head. He brushed past the head and laughed loudly, skillfully hanging the head on the side of his saddle. The crow rider who had been riding earlier couldn't help but curse. However, when he lowered his head and saw the 4 or 5 heads on both sides of his saddle, he didn't care anymore. Yelu Chukai grinned. The most valuable head of the Bailiang crossbowman was hanging on the side of his horse. After a long chase, it no longer looked like it was dripping with blood. The blood where the head had been severed had dried up. With a distance of about 50 paces, the arrows from both sides flew back and forth. Crow riders and Bailiang crossbowmen constantly fell off their horses after being shot. Most of them died from being shot in the face. However, after dying in battle, all of the Bailiang cavalry had their heads chopped off. There were even some Baimang horsemen in the rear who didn't gain much battle merit who would vent their anger by shooting a few arrows at the headless corpses. Otherwise, they would directly drive their horses over the corpses on the ground. Crow riders and Longguan scouts, who had the absolute advantage, slowed down and sped up through tacit understanding. They constantly rotated. Many of the horsemen roamed around the Bailiang crossbowmen's flanks and shot at them. Some of the horsemen even waved their blades and shouted loudly, showing off their might. In particular, when someone used the fancy method of hiding in the belly of a horse to avoid the Bailiang crossbowmen's arrows, it even drew the strange cries of a large group of horsemen. Their momentum was like a rainbow. Yelu Chukai suddenly felt a bit dispirited, because the number of Bailiang crossbowmen decreased as he killed more and more. There were less than 100 of them left. More importantly, the two groups of people in charge of breaking out of the enemy's encirclement and bringing up the rear, these two groups of cavalry who would definitely die in front of their fellow soldiers seemed to always be the most important figures among the crossbowmen. From Lieutenant Sun Ji to the 3 senior captains and several deputy captains, to the few remaining crossbowmen's captains, they were all like this. Yelu Chukai narrowed his eyes as he looked at these elite soldiers of the Bailiang frontier army who, from beginning to end, had fought silently and died silently. A wave of anger rose in his chest for no reason. This valiant general who had participated in the first battle of Liang Meng's Great War had a gloomy expression. He squeezed his horse's belly and charged forward, quickly passing by a few crow's fences. In an instant, the distance between the enemy and his warhorses was shortened to less than 10 paces. The crossbowman who turned his head and saw this scene silently threw away his light crossbow and pulled out his cold blade. Blood flowed from his arm. Before he could kill the enemy, the blade in his hand was already dyed red. The large rouge horse under Yelu Chukai was already running neck and neck with the enemy. Without waiting for the crossbowman to swing his blade, Yelu Chukai viciously sliced off the head of the crossbowman. With a flick of his wrist, the head was lifted high into the air. Then, it was shot through by an arrow from a crow-riding soldier with sharp eyes. The head that rolled on the ground was then stabbed by a soldier behind Bei Meng with his blade, becoming a battle achievement. The scouts of both sides were running all over the long border. For a cavalry of more than 1,000 to move without anyone noticing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only the elite cavalry under Dongzhuo's command, like the crow-riding soldiers, could move hundreds of cavalry without making a sound. More accurately speaking, they had enough strength to clear out all the nearby spies. Not only did they win the battle of contact, they also had to completely cut off the small groups of crossbowmen's transmission of military intelligence, causing them to be paralyzed on the battlefield. If one looked down from the sky at the southern end of the Longyan Plains, the two cavalry forces were like a moving carpet. It was just that on the carpet, there was blood constantly sputtering. Chapter 1773. Sun Ji's white horse crossbowmen, who had been invincible outside the pass for more than 10 years, were now left with only 60 or so riders. Blocking the path ahead were 200 Black Fox bars under Lin Fu's command. For some reason, there were also 200 Black Fox bars further away that had yet to show their faces. They were merely moving about in a concealed manner. Chasing behind them were 300 Crow Lanzi and 400 Longguan Horse Lanzi. This was actually all the Bei Meng border horse Lanzi had. Of course, if the second and third-rate Bei Meng horse Lanzi were included, the overall strength could be doubled. 20 years ago, Northern Liang Border Army's crossbowmen numbered more than 2,600 cavalry. After this battle, if Sun Ji's troops were completely wiped out, then only Li Hanlin and Wei Tumu, these two officers, would be left with just over 1,000 cavalry troops. Suddenly, just as Lin Fu's Black Fox Lanzi had unknowingly arrived at the edge of the Longyan Plains, the 60 or so white horse crossbowmen all turned their horses around. They did not continue to try to break out of the encirclement, but turned their backs to Huda City, to Liangzhou, and to Beiliang. When the Beiliang crossbowmen collectively made this inconceivable movement, Yelu Chukai, although realizing that something was wrong, did not stop his attack at all. He took the lead and charged over. In his view, even if something unexpected happened, as long as he could swallow up these remnants, there was nothing wrong with it. Brother-in-law Dongzhuo had a catchphrase, saying that the good things in the world were only truly good things when they were in one's pocket. Otherwise, no matter how good something was, as long as it was not in one's hands, it was useless. In a close-distance cavalry battle, the Liang Mang cavalry all drew their blades in tacit understanding. At this time, two bugle horns sounded from different places, vigorous and solemn. It was as if they were paying tribute to the dead, to the comrades who had lost their heads. In a battle of scouts, the bugle horn should not have appeared on the battlefield. Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai, the two commanders of the horse Lanzi, followed the sudden bugle horn and looked in different directions. Lin Fu looked into the distance to the right, where a cavalry troop covered in blood was charging over. A tall and sturdy Beiliang cavalry general raised the head of a Bei Meng horse Lanzi, roaring angrily, "Beiliang crossbowman Wei Musheng is here. The 200 Black Fox Lanzi are all dead." Meanwhile, in Yelu Chutsai's line of sight, a cavalry troop numbering around 500 solemn, breaking through the yellow sand and dust, galloping over. The cavalry general in the lead silently said, "Sun Ji, commander, Lin Hanlin, will wipe out the Crow Lanzi. The riders at his side were all comrades who had slaughtered their way into Southern Dynasty's Gentleman's Pavilion military town, uprooting countless Northern Mang beacons along the way, Zongpuzi Ludo, Li Shiyue, Fang Hudu. At this moment, Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai understood that even without mentioning the Longguan scouts, just their Crow Lanzi and Black Fox Lanzi, even if they encountered other large-scale Beiliang cavalry, even if there were tens of thousands of Beiliang light cavalry troops, the two horse Lanzi would still be able to safely retreat. Unfortunately, they encountered those two white horse crossbowmen, unable to escape, unable to retreat. Yelu Chukai turned his head to look at the strange horse Lanzi mixed in with the cavalry on his side. They did not carry bows or sabers, and did not even wear armor. During the pursuit of Sun Ji's crossbowmen, they did not make a move at all. It was because they were martial artists from one of the 5 great sects of Bei Meng, Ti Bing Shan's son-in-law, his brother-in-law, Dongzhuo, his personal retainers. This group of hidden Jianghu experts was also the reason he dared to lead his troops near Huda city. Yilu Chukai originally did not want these Jianghu people to participate in the battle, but now it seemed that if they did not participate, his brother-in-law's Crow Lanzi would definitely suffer a great loss. Without needing to communicate, Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Muxing's White Horse crossbowmen, while Yilu Chukai led his troops to meet Li Hanlan's 500 cavalry crossbowmen. The 400 Long Pass scouts were responsible for taking care of the remaining 60 cavalry of Sun Ji's troops, and then reinforcing the Black Fox Lanzi who were temporarily at a disadvantage. Once one of the main forces of Liangzhou arrived and entered the battlefield, Beimang's 3-horse Lanzi would of course risk great losses to quickly retreat. But right now, in this type of close battle, even if they knew that the 3 White Horse crossbowmen had created a dangerous situation, Lin Fu and Yilu Chukai were still unwilling to retreat. Lin Fu led the 200 Black Fox Lanzi to meet Wei Muxing's crossbowmen head-on, while glancing back at Huda city. Lin Fu was waiting to see. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, unaware of the slingshot below. Now, it was time to see who would have the last laugh. If nothing unexpected happened, today's battle, one side of the border scouts would definitely die at the border. Chapter 1774. Lin Fu's benefactor, Lu Gui, as one of the 4 leading generals in the Second Battle of Liangmang, stationed his troops outside Gourd Mouth in Yuzhou, far away from the battlefield in Liangzhou, in order to prevent the same mistake from happening again. Therefore, he could not solve the thirst outside Liangzhou Pass. The reason why Lin Fu dragged Yilu Chutsai's black crowbar into this hunt was because firstly, he wanted to wrap dumplings and eat Sun Ji's crossbowmen. Secondly, Lin Fu was ambitious. He purposely gave the military merit to Yilu Chukai in order to make friends with Dong Zhuo, who had just resigned as the king of the southern courtyard. He also wanted to persuade Fatty Dong, who would not act unless he saw a rabbit, to mobilize 8,000 of the Dong family's private cavalry to follow behind the horse bars from afar. This was to deal with the field light cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass that might quickly enter the Longyan Plains, such as Luya and Fuling's cavalry troops behind Huda city, so that they could report back to the king before the battle began. This was why Lin Fu had no choice but to hand over the head of Beiliang Sun Ji with both hands in the previous battle. His black crowbar was like a spectator from the beginning to the end. Dong Zhuo once laughed and asked Lin Fu if he was not afraid that all his efforts would be in vain. After all his efforts would go to his brother-in-law's military merit in the end. Lin Fu did not mince his words. Since both sides of Liangmang wanted to wipe out the enemy scouts in one fell swoop, completely blinding the enemy, Lin Fu believed in his own intuition. He believed that the Liangzhou border army, whose resources were not as deep as his own, would definitely not allow several hundred crossbowmen to die in front of their eyes. Once the main force of Beiliang's cavalry entered the battlefield, the military merit would be enormous. However, Lin Fu felt that it was a pity. Only Dong Zhuo was willing to accompany him to the gambling table. But when he went to see Commandant Murong Baoding and the commander of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan, in an attempt to persuade them to join him in this grand hunt that had a high chance of triggering the Great Battle of Liangmang, to his surprise, Murong Baoding, who was in charge of attacking Liangzhou's defensive line alongside Dong Zhuo, actually scoffed. Hong Jingyan, on the other hand, was hesitant. In the end, the Ruran cavalry was temporarily under Murong Baoding's command. Without a military order, the Ruran cavalry could not be mobilized on their own accord. As the Black Fox guards and the White Horse crossbowmen drew closer and closer, Lin Fu suddenly saw a comical sight. Beside Lieutenant Wei Muxing's horse was a child who could barely be called a youth. Riding on a large horse, he looked like a large horse carrying a small piece of charcoal. The child was not wearing the Beiliang standard light armor of the crossbowman. Instead of a sword, he carried a cold saber on his back. It looked very absurd. Of course, Lin Fu did not believe that the Beiliang cavalry was lacking in soldiers to such an extent. This was because in the first great battle of Liangmang, it was said that a young rider had followed the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, to battle outside Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou. He killed people like scything wheat, using his 2 fists to kill 100 people. Lin Fu suddenly understood. It was no wonder that not a single person from the Black Fox Guards had survived to report back. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they had been killed by this person. Lin Fu did not dare to lower his guard in the slightest. As if he was facing a great enemy, he intentionally or unintentionally avoided the saber-carrying child in his charge. On Yilu Chutsai's side of the battlefield, a group of 50 or so Tibing Mountain Wufu led the charge and killed the crossbowman Lieutenant Li Hanlin in one fell swoop. Li Hanlin did not change his route and continued forward in a straight line. In the past, the young man who was cursed together with His Royal Highness, Yan Qiji, and Kong Wuqi as one of the four evils of Bailiang, the one who thought that he would spend the rest of his life fooling around among the flowers. His face was still as handsome as ever, but it was no longer sickly white. Instead, it was slightly tanned and angular. In these 3 years, he had risen from the lowest level of crossbowman outside Liangzhou Pass, to squad leader, squad leader, squad leader, vice captain, and commandant. Step by step, he had become the lieutenant of today, the commander of the world's most invincible 800 White Horse crossbowmen. His fellow soldiers, his old squad leaders, and commandants had all died in battle before the eyes of this young man whose father was the Bailiang prefect of Taoism. The only familiar faces who had joined the army at the beginning were Lu Dou, Li Shiyue, and Fang Hudu. Li Hanlin remembered the first time he met Brother Nian, who had returned from Liangjiang Lake to Mount Qingliang. At that time, Li Hanlin was still very much looking forward to Jianghu. He listened to Su Fengnian talk about the anecdotes of the Wulin world, about the strength of heroes, the charm of fairies, and the style of grandmasters. Li Hanlin considered the fact that he had never experienced Jianghu as his greatest regret. Later, he left the rich Lingzhou and Jiangnan and came alone to the unfamiliar Liangzhou Pass. As far as his eyes could see, there were only military forts, yellow sand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the boiling hot Gobi Desert, the stubborn vegetation that was hard to see, and the unbearably smelly horse dung. Beside him, there were only 3 things he could rely on. Li Hanlin exhaled heavily. Lu Dou. The heavy-eyed Lu Dou nodded. Expressionlessly, he led the charge out of the cavalry formation. At the same time, a rider followed him out on a fast horse. It was a young female swordsman who did not fit in with this group of white horse crossbowmen. She was full of heroic spirit, the type of girl whose beauty was not too outstanding, but could still make people's eyes light up. The young girl carried many swords on her back. Ever since she became the personal retainer of Captain Li Hanlin, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. But when they heard that she was the eldest disciple of the prince, none of the white horse crossbowmen dared to joke around. No one dared to call her the nickname, Sword Girl. Some of the younger crossbowmen were even somewhat disheartened. The young female swordsman called Wang Xing turned her head and glanced at Li Hanlin. Li Hanlin responded with a smile. His eyes indicated that he would not forget her master's warning. After the old woman of Beimang declared that she would exterminate all the crossbowmen of Bailiang, and especially after it was rumored that she had specifically mentioned his name, Li Hanlin, in front of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, Su Fengnian very quickly had Wang Xing enter the crossbowmen as a temporary scout. He also sent a message to Li Hanlin. That message had nothing to do with heroic words, nothing to do with soul-stirring emotions. Do not die so easily. The meaning of these words was that he, Li Hanlin, could die when he needed to, but he had to die a worthy death. Li Hanlin did not feel that there was anything wrong with these words. On the contrary, as a crossbowman captain who was used to a military life and had seen many deaths, he felt that only such words were worthy of their 20 years of brotherly love. Sun Ji, I, Li Hanlin, will collect your corpse today. If I die, Brother Nian, there is no need to trouble you to collect my corpse. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Liang Mang used their own scouts as bait. Yuan Nanting led 10,000 white feather guards and Qi Dang led 6,000 iron stupas. Based on the strategy of the Huaiyang Pass, they entered the battlefield of the Dragon I one after the other. The 8,000 Dongzhuo elite cavalry and the 6,000 Ruren cavalry of Hong Jingyan, who had changed his mind for some reason, also entered the battlefield one after the other. This encounter, which had been planned by both sides long ago and was full of variables, happened so abruptly that no one was prepared for it. Murong Baoding's army could not send reinforcements in time. The Bailiang cavalry of Liuya and Fuling were also unable to send reinforcements. In the dilapidated Huda city, the brand new Su flag on the city wall flapped in the wind. The summer grass that had spent a spring in the cracks of the city was still green, but the autumn wind did not arrive and did not wither. Chapter 1775. The carpet that previously seemed to have been laid out on a desert of yellow sand seemed to have been pulled up into a satin, only, there was still blood splashing out. Every dog has its day. Right now, it was the white horse crossbowman chasing Baimang horse bars. A Longguan scout with cracked lips could already clearly feel the exhaustion of the horse beneath him. Around him were his sorry-looking comrades who had their backs to Bailiang's tiger-head city. Even further ahead were the Crow and Black Fox elite cavalry that had pulled some distance away from them. Great General Lu Gui's trusted aide and favorite General Lin Fu and Dongzhu's brother-in-law Yelu Chukai were both on their way north. The former had a ghastly bloody wound on his face during the battle, his skin and flesh lacerated. The latter wasn't much better off. 4 or 5 crossbow arrows pierced through his armor but didn't fall, making him look like a hedgehog. His entire body was covered in blood. It seemed like his muscles and bones had been injured. This Longguan A-ranked generals couldn't understand how they ended up becoming the prey of the Bailiang crossbowmen. As a top-level scout at the border, it wasn't that he couldn't tell that the Crow and Black Fox troops weren't that weak. If they were willing to fight to the death and not retreat, they still had a chance to fight to the death against the 2 groups of Bailiang crossbowmen. However, those generals with real authority and the imperial relative surnamed Yelu chose to retreat. That was why when he was shot in the neck by a crossbow arrow and fell off the back of his horse, he seemed to have thought it through. Perhaps it was because those 2 people's lives were too valuable. Compared to the tyrannical actions of the Baimang scouts when they chased down Sun Ji's crossbowmen, such as bending down to cut off heads, riding horses to trample on headless corpses, or using the corpses on the ground as targets, Li Hanlin and Wei Muxing's crossbowmen similarly chased down without hesitation. If a Baimang scout dismounted from his horse, regardless of official status, the nearby crossbowmen would all raise their arms and point their crossbows downwards, accurately adding a crossbow arrow to ensure the death of the scout. Lu Do, who had astonishing martial prowess, led 100 mounted crossbowmen and was responsible for patrolling the left flank of Baimang's defeated army to prevent their formation from dispersing, which would be detrimental to their side's victory. On the right flank, there were only 2 riders keeping watch, but their deterrence to Baimang's cavalry was no less than that of Liangzhou's 100 cavalry. These 2 riders were the female swordsman Wang Sheng and the scout sergeant Yu Dilong, who had previously followed Yu Wandao to Liangzhou's pass. Not only did Wang Sheng carry as many as 6 swords on her back, she also used a rope to tie up 4 famous swords that her master had helped her take from the city wall of Wu City. She had a strange habit. Towards Jianghu masters who did not use swords, such as Yu Dilong and Lu Yunzhang, the saber Dao champion, as well as Go Yufang, who was known to be invincible along with Yu Dilong, Wang Sheng was never willing to exchange pointers with them. Even if they met by chance and were close at hand, she was never willing to use her sword. Wang Sheng defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyue's sword pool Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu story. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyue's sword pool Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyue's sword pool Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself, did not have any other sword. They became mortal enemies for the rest of their lives. They were each other's victims, and this became a long-lasting Jianghu legend. Wang Sheng had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. She had defeated dozens of Jianghu masters who were renowned throughout the world. Only Dongyue's sword pool Shan Baoyi, who had forged a sword for herself and had no other sword. Wang Xing's master was never known for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Later generations remembered Su Fengnian because of the female sword saint Wang Sheng. At this time, Yudilong secretly turned his head to look at the girl. He originally thought that she would not be used to fighting on the battlefield. Previously, he only knew that she had once accompanied White Fox Face, who had a deep relationship with his master. The two of them traveled together in Beimang. He only knew that her swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. The girl's clothes were stained with blood. As she spurred her horse forward, her hands pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Her hands were stained with blood. She raised her head and looked forward. Her hair gently fluttered in the wind. She was in high spirits. His master had told him in private that as long as one was a girl, there was no girl who did not like rouge and face powder. The reason why Yudilong asked his master for the reward money for his military exploits, other than sending it to Auntie Pei to repair the small courtyard, was that he wanted to secretly save some money. However, Yudilong was still young. He felt that even if he bought those feminine things, he might not be able to give them away. What do you mean by extreme love for the sword? My life is devoted to the sword. In the next 100 years, he would be honored as the most powerful man in the world. He did not use weapons his entire life. He defeated all the heroes in the world except for Go Yufeng with his bare hands. It was said that he did not have a girl he liked, but year after year, he would personally buy a few boxes of rouge. In the end, he would pile them up in a house like a mountain. Many, many years later, an old man who had lived for nearly 2 decades opened the door of the house. The old man with snow-white hair and brows sat alone on the threshold. He looked back and seemed to see a dark-skinned girl with her hands behind her back, picking and choosing in front of the Rouge Mountain. Wei Musheng, who was bathed in blood, rode his horse to Li Hanlan's side. He said in a hoarse voice, "Captain Li, these barbarians are unwilling to fight with all their might. Something is not right. Crow Lanzi and us crossbowmen are sworn enemies. They have never been soft-hearted. It seems like they have a backup plan like us. Be careful of ambushes." Li Hanlan casually spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his head to look at the sky. He then nodded and said in a low voice, "Captain Wei, your troops have suffered heavy casualties. Leave the pursuit to us for the time being. If you can take the opportunity to change horses, then change horses. There is no need to worry about wasting time. Once you encounter a large group of Beimang cavalry, you will need to stall for time. You must hold on until Yuan Nanting's White Feather Light Cavalry arrives on the battlefield. According to previous intelligence reports, I believe that with the current deployment of Beimang's Dong Zhuo and Murong Baoding, they will not be able to transfer too many cavalry troops to deal with this battle. We still have Qidong's Iron Stupa. When the time comes, whether we fight or retreat, we will have room to maneuver." Chapter 1776. After pondering for a moment, Wei Musheng said with a murderous look, "Dong Zhuo, that bastard, is determined to compete with our Yuzhou army with infantrymen after all. The number of cavalrymen under this fatty's command is small. With General Yuan Nanting and General Qi Dangua supporting us, even if there are some unexpected changes, we will still be in an invincible position. We can fight this battle with all our might." Li Hanlan revealed a bitter smile. Wei Musheng hesitated for a second before saying, "Now that we want to lure the snake out of its hole, Beimang barbarians are not all idiots." At that time, Sun Ji proposed that we 3 draw lots. Whoever gets the first one will be the bait. To be honest, when Sun Ji got the first one, I felt lucky. It's not that I, Wei Musheng, was afraid that my 500 to 600 brothers would die with me. Captain Li, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Old Wei's heart is actually clear. You were the one who suggested this plan to the Protectorate Manor, and you were the one who wanted to be the bait the most. No one can be blamed but you. If Sun Ji wants to blame someone, he can only blame his bad luck and his blindness for having such a disloyal brother like me." Li Hanlan shook his head and raised his arm to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sun Ji was the one who suggested the drawing of lots. He also prepared the objects for the drawing of lots himself. In the end, Sun Ji was the first to draw the lot. "Lieutenant Wei, do you really not understand?" Wei Mushing stared blankly for a moment before he smiled sadly. "What a good general Sun Ji. What a good general Sun Mingho. He fought countless fierce battles in his life, but he didn't even get injured that many times. So in the end, he just returned his good fortune to the heavens." Li Hanlin wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. In the end, he didn't say it out. Sun Ji and Wei Mushing were from the same hometown of Yanji Prefecture in Yuzhou. When they were young, they looked down on the local Yuzhou infantry and joined the Liangzhou border army together. They were both once low-level soldiers in the Torch Battalion, the predecessor of Beiliang's crossbowmen, and were highly valued by Hu Kuei. Later on, the two brothers' advancement was roughly the same. Eventually, they both became crossbowmen captains and became the two most glorious captains among the dozens of captains in the Beiliang frontier army. However, when one of them became a captain, there was a conflict between the two brothers, Chen Jibao, the protector general of Beiliang, and Zhong Hongwu, the cavalry commander. After all, the captains of crossbowmen were an official position that the Beiliang frontier army would not change even if it was called the general of the three provinces. It was not simply a special position that could be explained by the words, high official and generous salary. In the end, Sun Ji, who had the backing of the old Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu, was the first to become a captain. When Zhong Hongwu had yet to retire in a fit of anger, his power in the frontier army was at its peak. As a result, Wei Mushing, who had a slightly better military exploits, continued to hold the position of captain for 2 more years. As a result, one of the two brothers went to his hometown in Yuzhou to celebrate the new year while the other stayed in the frontier army. After Li Hanlin had drawn lots at Fuling military town, he and Sun Ji walked together on the street. The two people who were not familiar with each other did not talk much. Sun Ji had always been a ruffian in the Beiliang frontier army, but he was also popular. He dared to throw a tantrum at General Su Shao and ask for horses and money, and also dared to joke around with veteran generals like Yan Wenluan and He Zhonghu. Even Lu Jinu of Huda City was willing to call Sun Ji his brother. In contrast, the taciturn Wei Mushing was much inferior, especially after his backer Chen Jibao betrayed Beiliang in the past. As for Li Hanlin, the son of Administrator Li Gongda, his meteoric rise to become a crossbowman captain, many of the generals of the frontier army speculated that ultimately, it was because the new young prince was not at ease with the White Horse crossbowmen in Beiliang. During the conversation on the street of Fuling military town, Li Hanlin had told Sun Ji why he had become a crossbowman in the frontier army. He was very open and honest, and Sun Ji did not feel that it was a matter of 300 taels of silver being hidden here. Sun Ji talked about Hu Kuei and Zhong Hongwu, these two important people in the officialdom. He also talked about his old brother Wei Mushing, who was gradually drifting away. He talked about the old and new young princes, and he talked about Lu Jinu, who had died in battle at Huda City and whose corpse had been exchanged by Su Fengnian for the heads of Yang Yuanzan and several others. In the end, Sun Ji said something that was very appropriate for the hot summer. He made fun of Li Hanlin, the son of one of the few officials in Beiliang. He said that in the summer, the wealthy people of Lingzhou not only had resorts to avoid the heat, they could also enjoy quite a few luxurious foods to avoid the heat. He said that in the early years of his life, he had always had a dream, which was that in the future, when he could no longer fight, he would bring his family to Lingzhou to retire. When that time came, he would definitely let Li Hanlin, this rich person, do the honors of being a host. At the time, Li Hanlin did not know what to say. He could only smile and say that in the summer, every rich person in Lingzhou would have a food called immortal grass. It was a local thing that was sent from the distant Nanjiang Road to Lingzhou in Beiliang. After it was ground, it was added with ice and made into a large bowl of cold jelly. With one bite, it was truly cool like an immortal. At the time, Sun Ji was walking on the street in armor. Under the scorching sun, the stocky middle-aged man was sweating profusely. He closed his eyes and smacked his lips. With a brilliant smile on his face, he muttered that in the future, his most beloved daughter would definitely be able to eat that thing every year. Before Li Hanlin parted ways with Wei Mushing, he said without any reason, "Lieutenant Wei, I've long heard that you and your old brother Sun Ji have been competing for your whole life. From the time you fought in the military and became an official, to the time you married a wife, and in the end, you didn't even miss out on having a few children. Is that true?" Wei Mushing was ashamed and resentful as he said, "Sun Ji is a lucky guy. He gave birth to 3 sons in one go. Last year, his family had another little daughter. Old Wei, my wife's belly was disappointing. She only gave birth to daughters for Old Wei. Up until now, there hasn't been a single child. I've never lost to Sun Ji in anything in my life. Only this matter, I have no choice but to accept it." Li Hanlin smiled and said, "Old brother Wei, if you don't blame me for being meddlesome, then I'll have to say a few more words. If sister-in-law gives birth to a son for you in the future, why don't you arrange a child marriage with Sun Ji's youngest daughter? A girl 3 years older than your son is a golden brick. Don't despise the girl for being older than your son. Knowing how to dote on others is better than anything else." The burly man who was called Old Brother Wei by Li Hanlin and not Lieutenant Wei was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. In the end, Wei Mushing laughed loudly and said, "This matter, I think it's fine. Later on, if I don't die on the battlefield, I'll personally ask Sun Ji. If that old fellow doesn't say anything, then I'll take it that he agrees to this child marriage. He was already dead, how could he open his mouth to speak? In that case, this impromptu betrothal was most likely set in stone." In the 2nd year of Jianghu, the Great Summer, Beiliang's White Horse crossbowman Lieutenant Sun Ji and Wei Mushing successively died in battle on the Longyan Plains outside the border. On this day, Beimang's Yilu Hongkai also died in battle. Old Liang's Prince Su Zhao's adopted son, Qi Dang, also died in battle. And that seemingly inconspicuous child marriage on the battlefield of the border where iron hooves were like thunder did not happen in the end. Chapter 1777. Beimang's various horse bars that belonged to different factions had already been routed to the previously set-up ambush. Ballista Colonel Sun Ji had died in battle here. The White Horse ballista soldiers chased after them like a hot knife through butter. Their casualties were extremely low. Occasionally, a rider would be injured by an arrow and unable to continue fighting. They would dismount and search for the headless corpses of their fellow soldiers who had died in the retreat and place them on the back of their horses. Along the way, many of the Beimang horse bars' ownerless mounts paced back and forth around the corpses lying in pools of blood on the ground. From time to time, they would lower their heads to lightly touch the corpses in an attempt to wake up the Beiliang Frontier Army soldiers who had fallen off their horses after being shot down by the Beimang cavalry. Meanwhile, most of these war horses had 1 or 2 heads of Sun Ji's ballista soldiers hanging near their saddles. Li Hanlin and Wei Mushing's 2 wounded ballista soldiers silently turned around and headed south. Along the way, they collected the corpses and retrieved the heads. They continuously gathered up the lonely Beiliang war horses that were scattered all over the place. If there were war horses that were still breathing, the ballista soldiers wouldn't ignore them either. They would squat down and pat their heads, and then quickly stab their blades into the horses' necks to give them a quick death. The Beiliang Frontier Army Iron Cavalry. Almost everyone believed that the war horses that they viewed as their wives in this life would definitely be reincarnated as humans in the next life and become part of the Beiliang Frontier Army like them. They would be able to fight side by side again. In operas, it was always said that a jar cannot escape breaking by the well, and a general will not leave the battlefield until he dies. However, no matter how soul-stirring an opera was, it would never be able to express the sorrow of the battle on the battlefield. Crow Ballista Commander Yilu Chukai and Black Fox Ballista Commander Lin Fu rode side by side. Behind the two, there were no longer any Longguan scouts in sight. Most of the ballista soldiers had already died under the ballista and cold blades of the White Horse ballista soldiers. Lin Fu, who had a bloody groove on his face, was gasping for air. Every time he breathed, he would pull at the wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Yilu Chukai casually broke a crossbow bolt that was nailed into his shoulder. Looking back, he saw that all of the Longguan ballista soldiers had fallen on the Longyan Plains. Crow and Black Fox ballista's fighting strength was also less than 40%. Yelu Chukai suddenly frowned. Why are the ballista soldiers behind us slowing down their horses? Could it be that Li and Wei Mushing have begun to realize our intentions? As long as they advance another 30 miles to the north, my brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry will be able to form an encirclement. Lin Fu, this time, whether or not we can wipe out Bailiang's 3 ballista soldiers will depend on whether or not the Bailiang is willing to let us continue the 30-li journey. Do you have any ideas? Lin Fu endured the pain and laughed. How could I not have any ideas? Just kill them. It depends on whether or not you, Yelu Chukai, are willing to pay the price. Although Yelu Chukai had always been scolded by Dong Zhuo as an idiot, he was, after all, an experienced commander. But Lin Fu didn't want to expose him, so he still had a compassionate heart. Yelu Chukai took a deep breath and made a hand gesture, summoning one of the Crow ballista soldiers. Without needing Yelu Chukai to say anything, the valiant lieutenant who had fought alongside Dong Zhuo since his youth grinned at Yelu Chukai. He didn't say anything and simply nodded. He turned his horse around and shouted a few words. Then, he led the 80 or so elite Crow ballista soldiers to slow down and quickly fell behind. At the same time, Lin Fu's Black Fox ballista soldiers also did the same. Both sides were determined to completely cut off the pursuit of the ballista soldiers. When Li Hanlan's men, who were in charge of the pursuit, slowed down, Wei Mushing immediately rushed to Li Hanlan's side. With a hint of condemnation, he asked anxiously, "Lieutenant Li, if your men are tired and unable to pursue, just let me know in advance and let my men kill the enemy instead." "Why did you let the enemy escape?" Li Hanlan stared at the signs of the Northern Mang horse bars. When he saw the movements of the 140 Northern Mang barbarians' elite cavalry, he raised the war blade in his hand and pointed forward. With a sunken voice, he said, "From the looks of it, it has already been confirmed that there is an ambush in Northern Mang. Moreover, the enemy's cavalry army definitely isn't too far away. Otherwise, Crow Bar and Black Fox Bar wouldn't have sent those 100 or so cavalry to their deaths on purpose. Old Brother Wei, your troops still shouldn't make a move. Continue to preserve your strength. The real battle to the death is yet to come. Yuan Nanting's White Feather Light Cavalry will arrive soon. I'd like to see who will eat who." The reason Northern Mang headed south was to pass through Northern Liang and annex the Central Plains. Every single one of Northern Mang's soldiers fought with their lives on the line for military merits and rewards. Our Bailiang, on the other hand, was fighting for fewer deaths. It was different. Wei Mushing followed the direction of Li Hanlan's sword and indeed saw the 100 or so Beimang elites blocking the rear. It looked like they were trying to buy time for their commanders to escape the battlefield. Li Hanlan's face was suddenly filled with hostility. "It's not hard for you to die. 10th monthly, Tigerhead Fong, each lead 100 riders and charge with me. This time, there's no need to conserve your strength. Just focus on killing." In the distance, Lu Do shouted, "Count me in." Both sides had used up most of their crossbows and arrows, so they could only fight with their sabers. Beimang ballista waved their swords. Bailiang's crossbowmen tightened their grip on their swords. The 140 or so Black Fox cavalry clashed fiercely with Li Hanlan's 200 crossbowmen. Then, they crossed the line between life and death. The two cavalry forces didn't have many people to begin with, so they didn't spread out too far. It could be said that they met on a narrow path. Each side tacitly moved in a row with only 4 or 5 riders side by side. In this kind of situation, the one leading the charge was most likely to die. Li Hanlan, Lu Do, 10th monthly, and Tigerhead Fong, 1 lieutenant, 1 commandant, and 2 deputy commandants, charged at the front. Li Hanlan's attack was the cleanest. He directly cut off the neck of one of the Black Crows. Lu Do, who was born with astonishing physical strength, attacked with great force. Not only did his blade cut off the enemy's swords, he even cut off the Black Fox's upper body. 10th month Li's blade was the most exquisite. He twisted his head to avoid the enemy's slash and stabbed the Black Crow's throat with his cold blade. Tigerhead Fong was the only one who didn't kill the enemy. He only clashed heavily with Ma Lan's swords. After Li Hanlin and Lu Dou each killed 3 enemy riders, 10th month Li killed 2 Beimang scouts in succession. However, he was about to be stabbed in the neck by the 3rd enemy rider in a straight line. Chapter 1778. Li Hanlin and Li October were separated by Lu Dou. They saw this scene from the corner of their eyes and yelled, "Old Lu!" Almost at the same time, Lu Dou turned to the side and grabbed the corpse of the enemy rider that had not fallen off his horse. He pulled it over and smashed it on the body of the scout that Li October was facing. Lu Dou was still in the mood to smile at Li October, who had just dodged a bullet and seemed to say 6. Li October snorted coldly and ignored him. What Lu Dou meant was that Li October already owed him 6 lives in this life. According to the agreement between the 4 brothers, when they returned to Lingzhou in the future, Li October would have to treat Lu Dou to 6 of the most expensive courtesans. However, everyone was well aware that their reward money had long been given to their fallen comrades. Therefore, the 4 of them were actually paupers who could not save a few taels of silver. When the 2 cavalry forces were about to clash, Fang Hudu was chopped off his horse by an enemy rider and was about to be trampled on by the next horse. Li Hanlin was about to save him when Lu Dou shouted, "Let me do it." He jumped up from his horse and jumped over Li Hanlin and his horse. He bent his legs and landed on the yellow sand and pounced forward. His hands hammered heavily on the abdomen of the Beimang warhorse, sending both rider and horse flying to the side. Lu Dou lightly kicked Fang Hudu's shoulder and kicked him out of the battlefield. At this moment, the Beimang cavalry had already charged over. Lu Dou laughed sinisterly and did not dodge. Instead, his body was as agile as a snake. His body curled up and his hands and feet stuck to the ground as he moved forward. When the Beimang warhorse was about to pass under its abdomen, he suddenly stood up. That Beimang warhorse was lifted up by Zhong Tongzi's shoulders. Ma Lanzi, who was on the back of the horse, was caught off guard and lost his balance. His head was cut off by a crossbowman who brushed past him. Li Hanlin couldn't care about anything else and could only focus on killing the enemy. When he realized that Li October, the only one left beside him, hadn't appeared from the corner of his eye, he took a moment to look back. He saw that Li October, who had fallen behind a dozen steps behind him, had just killed a Beimang barbarian and his face was covered in blood. Li October, the son of a wealthy official, happened to see Li Hanlin looking back. He smiled brightly and nodded in greeting, telling Li Hanlin not to worry about him. Li Hanlin smiled knowingly and turned back to continue fighting. However, when he was the first to break through the enemy formation, he took a breather and waited patiently for October Li to appear. Unfortunately, October Li did not appear. In this lifetime, he did not get to see her again. At that time, Li Hanlin's eyes were red. He turned his horse around like a madman and rushed away. Finally, when the 140 Beimang elite scouts were all dead and the crossbowmen under Li Hanlin's command continued their pursuit, Li Hanlin finally found Li October. He lay in a pool of blood, staring at the sky with his eyes wide open. October Li's breathing gradually weakened. Li Hanlin sat on the ground and hugged him gently. Lu Dou and Fang Hudu, who were covered in blood, sat across from Li Hanlin in a daze. Among the 4 of them, Fang Hudu, who was burly but had the most gentle personality, suddenly hugged his head and wailed, "It's all my fault. If I wasn't useless, old Lu wouldn't have had to save me." As long as old Lu kept an eye on October Li October wouldn't have had to die. "It's all my fault," a man who had suffered more than 30 wounds on the battlefield but had never shed a tear was sobbing uncontrollably. October Li's lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but also as if he wanted to shake his head. The pale Li Hanlin looked up and said softly to Fang Hudu, "Hudu, don't say such things if you're a brother. Do you want October Li to die uneasy?" Fang Hudu struggled to stop crying. He raised his arm to cover his mouth and looked at October Li with tears all over his face. Lu Dou hurriedly wiped off the blood on his face. As a result, his face was now covered with blood. Lu Dou gently held October Li's hand and said, "In Qingzhou province, we're very particular about keeping accounts with our brothers. It's natural for us to repay our debts. You, October Li, owe me 6 lives. Don't try to deny it. Even if you can't pay it back in this life, you'll have to pay it back in the next life. Therefore, let's continue to be brothers. Li Hanlon's lips trembled, but he didn't cry out like Fong Hudu. He looked at this youngster who had once said that studying was even more unbearable than being stabbed, looked at the 2 scars left on his chest by the Northern Mang war blade, looked at this youngster who had once said that the fortune teller said that he would die in the 10th month. Li Hanlon squeezed out a smile. He lowered his head and said softly to October Li, October, you used to say that there was a beautiful girl at home, and that she was the best girl in the world. You also said that you wanted me to be your brother-in-law. But after you came to my house, you never mentioned it again. At that time, we went to Fong Hudu's house and also went to your house. After I met her, to be honest, your sister's looks were average. Compared to the women I, Li Hanlon, had seen when I was drinking and debauchery, she was much worse. However, her personality was really good. I actually liked her very much. I believed that if I married her, she would definitely be a virtuous daughter-in-law. But when I thought of calling you brother-in-law, I couldn't open my mouth. I'm telling you now. Don't think it's too late. October Li slowly closed his eyes. Li Hanlon rubbed his eyes and exhaled softly. He turned to Fong Hudu and said, Hudu, accompany October Li and send him back to Qingyuan Army Town. Fong Hudu wanted to say something, but Lu Do shook his head at him. Li Hanlon and Lu Do exchanged for a Yangzhou horse. Li Hanlon looked into the distance and said, I'll make up for October Li. You take over for Hudu? Lu Do nodded silently. Lu Do suddenly said, Hanlon, do you really like October Li's sister? Li Hanlon smiled without hesitation and said, I didn't say those words because of October Li. I really like her. I fell in love with her at first sight. It's an unreasonable kind of love. Lu Do's eyes were gentle as he looked into the distance. October Li and Hudu only know that I'm from Qingzhou. But Hanlon, you should know more. You know that I was once a death warrior raised by Lu family in Qingzhou. I was also the retainer of King of Bailiang's concubine, Lu Qingyan. Li Hanlon grunted and said, the girl you like is also worthy of your love. That's enough. Lu Do laughed for the first time and said, she likes that person. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. I, Lu Do, have you 3 as my friends in this life. That's enough. Li Hanlon turned to look at Fong Hudu's horse gradually disappearing into the distance. He whispered, October Li is most afraid of ghosts. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Chapter 1779. This chapter can be considered an interlude, but it won't hinder the next chapter from continuing on with the Dragon's Eye riding battle. Recently, there's a book review competition, and I welcome everyone to participate. For example, you can write about the various endings of the characters in the snow. If it's written well, I can even directly move it into the book. In the 3rd year of auspicious charm, in the spring breeze where peach blossoms were in full bloom, a middle-aged man rode an old donkey through Jianghu and entered Western Shu. He pretended to carry a peach blossom in his hand, and the passers-by, especially the young ones, couldn't help but smile. Oh, it's another Jianghu person who admires the sword god Dong Tai. However, there were rumors in Jianghu that the peach blossom sword god was not only like a crane in a flock of chickens in the current Jianghu, but he was also very handsome. As for the appearance of the uncle in front of him, it was really a bit unpresentable. The ordinary-looking man leisurely rode the donkey and looked at the scenery of Shu. He walked and stopped, and was not in a hurry. The reason he entered Shu was because he received a letter from his disciple in a familiar restaurant. The letter said that he liked a girl, and it was about time for him to talk about marriage. He wanted him, his master, to be the matchmaker. In the letter, his disciple reminded him many times not to go to Western Shu in a sloppy manner. Not to mention helping his disciple gain face, but after all, Jianghu people believed that like master, like disciple. If the master was not capable, how good could the disciple be? Therefore, master, you must tidy yourself up, or else the girl's family would not be at ease leaving their daughter in his hands. After the man received the letter, he was not as inattentive as before. He really put his heart into it. He borrowed 30 taels of silver from the manager of the restaurant and bought 2 sets of new clothes. Only then did he travel from the distant Jianghu to western Shu. The letter was sent half a year ago. Fortunately, the disciple knew that his master was always wandering around, so he pushed the date to half a year later. At the end of the letter, the disciple vowed that if he saw the letter late, it was fine. He, as the disciple, could wait patiently for his master. This man, who had used and forged swords before, but had never carried a sword, was hesitating on whether he should buy a sword and hang it on his waist. This was because his disciple's letter said that the girl he liked was from a wealthy family in western Shu. Everyone in the gang, from the leader to the odd-job disciples, used swords. Even the names of the swords were very charming. The leader's sword was called Huizhu, and the chief consecrator's sword was called Mandril, which was on the great weapon list. Even the outer disciples who were familiar with each other named their swords grandly. Most importantly, the leader's daughter, who was the girl his disciple liked, happened to have a sword named Peach Blossom. It was fate. When the middle-aged man arrived at Yi province, he only needed to ask for directions in the provincial capital before he found the famous sect of Western Shu Path, the Sword Rain Pavilion. It was said that every time there was a grand occasion, all 300 swordsmen of the Sword Rain Pavilion would climb up the 6-story main building together and throw their swords out at the same time. The swords would fall like rain. Although the rain of swords, the pavilion was not well known in the entire Liang Lake. It was not as famous as the Spring Invitation Cottage that had a beauty critic. However, it was indeed one of the top sects in the territory of West Shu. There was a saying that the West Shu Sword Pavilion came out of the Rain Pavilion. Back in the days, the West Shu Sword Emperor, who later swore to guard the city gate in front of the Su family's cavalry, had gone to the main pavilion many times and personally commented on the sword skills of the outstanding disciples in the Sword Rain Pavilion. On the highest floor, there were portraits of the Jianghu sword grandmasters that were established by the sect. They were used to encourage the disciples to persevere and sharpen their sword hearts. For example, there was the great Feng sword deity Ji Xinding, who was in the same generation as Gao Shulu, the great demon Lu Songtao from 100 years ago. In recent years, there were portraits of Jian Zhouhuang, Song Nianqing, Qi Jiajia, and Chai Qingshan. Of course, Li Chungang was a lofty mountain that all the swordsmen in the world could not avoid. The Sword Rain Pavilion especially admired this spring and autumn sword armor and hung his portrait in the middle of the hall, beside Lu Zhu. When the gatekeeper of the Sword Rain Pavilion heard that the guest from afar was looking for the young man, the old gatekeeper, who was already displeased with him for riding a donkey and hanging a peach branch, disliked him even more. In the old man's opinion, the young man was not bad. His sword skills were average, but his judgment was not bad. He was lucky enough to win the literary battle with the high officials. However, if he wanted to marry the only daughter of the Sword Rain Pavilion's master, who did not have a prominent family background or a solid cultivation base, what else could it be but a fool's dream? It was not that the master was purposely making things difficult for the young man from afar. The entire Western Shu Dao pugilistic world knew that their master had already said that he only had one daughter. As long as he did not ascend to the first grade, no one could become his son-in-law. After all, the old man was a kind person. When he heard that the middle-aged man had walked for thousands of miles, he told him the truth. He also pointed the way for the middle-aged man, saying that the young man shamelessly rented a small courtyard on a nearby street. Every few days, he would come to the Sword Rain Pavilion's entrance. At the end of last winter, there was a rare snowfall in Western Shu. That young man used a broom to sweep the snow before dawn and almost got beaten up. It was snowing. This was a rare occurrence in Western Shu. Everyone wanted to see the snow piled up like a mountain. In the end, when he swept the snow, many disciples who hurried out to admire the snow on the street were completely dumbfounded. The entire street was so clean that it made one's hair stand on end. When the gatekeeper said this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said angrily that even though the young man was a fool, he did not act like a hooligan in the streets. Otherwise, he would have beaten him up. The middle-aged man who came from afar listened to the old man's long-winded chatter. He held the donkey with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. The old man finally remembered to ask him about his relationship with the simple-minded young man. The man said that he was the young man's master. The old man grimaced in pain. His interest in the conversation vanished instantly. He quickly waved his hand and signaled the man to look for his disciple. As the sun set in the west, the old man looked at the back of the man who did not ride the donkey. His back gradually elongated on the street. The old man felt that this pair of master and disciple were both strange people. However, when he thought about it carefully, he could not tell what was so strange about them. The middle-aged man led the old man, who was reluctant to ride the donkey, around and around. It was not easy for him to find the shabby courtyard in a shabby alley. He stood at the door and suddenly felt guilty. It turned out that his disciple had followed him everywhere for so many years. He did not ask for anything, so he did not gain anything. He knocked on the door. A young man who could no longer be called a young man walked out quickly. When he saw his master's familiar face, his face was filled with surprise. The middle-aged man was about to speak with a smile when his disciple went around him and hugged the old donkey's head. This made the middle-aged man, who thought too highly of himself, feel a little hurt. Only then did the middle-aged man realize that other than his disciple, there was also a young girl wearing a wooden hairpin and a cloth skirt. She was holding a water ladle and watering a small tree at the corner of the courtyard. When she saw the middle-aged man, she smiled shyly and was a little at a loss. The disciple and the old donkey who had depended on each other for many years talked about old times. He casually introduced the donkey to his master. "Master, this is Ah Chow. She is my neighbor here. She found this peach tree and planted it. Ah Chow's parents are also very easy to get along with. Their family opened a small porridge shop on the street. Ah Chow usually goes to the downtown market to sell flowers. She sells apricot flowers, peach blossoms, and orchids. Master, if you go to Ah Chow's house, you can smell the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard." The middle-aged man listened to his disciple's nagging and felt gratified for no reason. No wonder he always felt that something was missing when he traveled alone in Jianghu for a year after they parted. It turned out that he was not used to not having his disciples nagging. He took a few more glances at the thin young girl from a poor family. Her back was facing the pair of master and disciple, and her ears were red. He smiled and turned his head to ask, "Master has also called you here. When will you come?" The disciple suddenly looked sad and forced a smile. "Master, I'm sorry. I might have made you come for nothing." He frowned and asked gently, "What happened?" The disciple scratched his head and said awkwardly, "It's just that." "Master, don't ask too much." He smiled and asked, "Was it that girl's parents, the owner of the Tingyu Tower, who broke up the couple? Did they look down on you because you are a wanderer, so they bullied you?" Unexpectedly, the disciple shook his head. "The owner of the Tingyu Tower did not only look down on me. He is infatuated with the sword and is a chivalrous person. He has a good reputation in the Western Shu Dao martial arts world. In his eyes, only the young disciples of Jianghu who are second-grade master could be a good match for his daughter. It's just that the girl's mother and a few brothers were a little unreasonable. They said some unpleasant things and did some. In short, they did not want me to continue staying in this city." The middle-aged man smiled. "So you were afraid?" The disciple hurriedly said, "That's difficult. But later on, that girl's heart belonged to someone else. I could not be shameless and pester her. Between a man and a woman, there should be mutual love. I still understand the principle." The girl with the wooden hairpin gathered her courage and said, "That group of people once." The young man quickly stopped the girl's complaint. The middle-aged man's expression was normal, but in an instant, he grabbed his disciple's arm. "You don't have enough qi in your words. I thought you were not acclimatized in Western Shu, but it turns out that you have suffered internal injuries. 4 months ago, someone used a sword to stab your shanzhong, juk, and qihai acupoints. What a good technique. It seems that the wound is not serious, but it actually injured your foundation. A swordsman of this level must be a well-known Jianghu person in Western Shu Dao. Tell me his name and let me talk to him personally." The young man shook his head and said, "Master, forget it. I wanted to leave this place long ago, but I was afraid that you would not be able to find me in Western Shu, so I did not leave. After hearing this, the middle-aged man who did not show any anger suddenly became gloomy, as if his reverse scale had been touched. The middle-aged man who had always been calm and collected raised his voice slightly with a hint of blame. You didn't tell them what your master's name is? Chapter 1780. The young man was stunned. He lowered his head and said, at that time, they came to me aggressively and wanted to kill me. I accidentally forgot. The middle-aged man snorted. I think you don't want to say it. The young man smiled foolishly and said, how embarrassing would it be if people knew that master found such a useless disciple? Besides, if I really don't have the face to say your name, who would believe me? The middle-aged man was stunned. As an abandoned child, he had lost his family's protection when he was young. When he was young, he had to live alone in that eerie sword mountain. It could be said that he had experienced extreme hardships. After he walked out of the Wu family's sword tomb, no matter what he encountered, he turned a blind eye and watched with folded arms. In his opinion, since he had chosen to walk into Jianghu, life and death were fated. If he encountered injustice and was unable to voice it, he could not blame the heavens and blame others. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame himself for being inferior. That was why Wuxia Xianxia from the martial emperor's city said that this person's sword heart was naive. It was the best fit for heaven. It didn't matter whether he had a sword or not. He suddenly remembered many things. This disciple always complained that he didn't have the demeanor of a master and didn't have the demeanor of an immortal. He always told him to pay more attention to his style. He was always angry that his name was suppressed by someone. He wanted the whole Liang to know that his master was worthy of the title of number one in the world. However, this young man seemed to have never thought of letting the world know that his master had taken in a disciple. He never thought of letting Jianghu know the name of that person's disciple. No one in Jianghu knew the name of the young man with the donkey. They didn't even know the name of the disciple of the peach blossom sword god. Since he took in this disciple, the two of them walked in Jianghu together. When they saw injustice on the road, he had to help because of his disciple. Every time he saved someone and was about to leave impatiently, his disciple would dawdle and say to the person he saved with a smile, my master is the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. Don't forget. Your master is the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. Then who is my disciple, Dong Tai? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at the young face with some stubble. He then turned to the flower girl and said with a smile, little girl, my name is Dong Tai. My disciple is Li Huanyang. The confused girl said with a red face, Uncle Deng, I know brother Li's name. Dong Tai asked himself and said sadly in a voice that only he could hear, but this son of AB*** TCH in Jianghu doesn't know. That day, in the twilight, Dong Tai and his disciple Li Huanyang went to the girl Akao's house as guests. Dong Tai even took the initiative to pick a few gifts under his disciple's shocked gaze. They were not too expensive, but in the eyes of a small family, they were items that would give them face. This made the girl's parents beam with joy, especially when they heard that this man was Li Huanyang's only elder in this world. They couldn't stop smiling. The girl became more and more shy. Dong Tai's disciple was a little slow to realize, but after understanding the meaning and thinking about how they had been together for half a year, he felt that the conditions were right. He didn't think that his master was randomly setting up a couple. Dong Tai, who rarely drank, and Akao's father drank more than 2 liters of wine each. Dong Tai decided to get straight to the point and frankly said that his disciple had a pure and kind personality. Although he was half a Jianghu person like him, he had never thought of making a name for himself in Jianghu. He was a young man who lived a stable life. The girl's parents, who originally had some concerns, were completely relieved after hearing this. That night, Dong Tai, who reeked of alcohol, walked slowly in an alley with his disciple Li Huanyang. Dong Tai suddenly said, buying a pig to look after the pen, getting a daughter-in-law to look after the mother. From what you said, the girl from Tingyu House is obviously not suitable for you. Akao, on the other hand, is a girl who can accompany you for the rest of your life. Li Huanyang laughed. Dong Tai patted his disciple's shoulder and said without any reason, "Master has never done anything for you in his life." Li Huanyang wanted to say something but stopped. Dong Tai waved his hand and interrupted what his disciple wanted to say. He continued, "It's your business whether you want to or not. I don't care. Since you are most likely going to settle down in Shishu, I have to try my best to prevent this place from falling into turmoil and chaos. In addition, I originally wanted to go to Bailiang. You don't have to worry. In today's world, whether it is Liangtai and city or the border of Liangmang, as long as I want to go, no one can stop me." The young man whispered, "Master, if I get married and start a family, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to travel Jianghu with you in the future." Dong Tai smiled and said, "In the future, I will often come to Shishu to visit you." The young man hesitated and asked, "Master, I'm not like Su Fengnian. I'm sorry that I can't let you have a disciple who won't disgrace your reputation." Dong Tai shook his head seriously and said, "You're wrong. It's already the best to have you as my disciple. Liang Jianghu has Chao Chongqing and Su Fengnian. Of course, it's good. But I, Dong Tai, have a disciple like you, it's the best. If someone wants you to live a bad life, it's very simple. They have to ask me, your master, if I agree." In Izhou of Shishu, peach blossoms were still smiling in the spring breeze. The inconspicuous middle-aged man came back without a donkey or a sword. He came to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. On this day, the Sword Rain Tower was hosting a banquet. The master of Izhou personally came to visit with his beloved son, hoping that the two families could tie the knot. In order to show the solemnity of the Sword Rain Tower, the tower master Zhang Yun gathered his disciples and went up to the main building. They all took off their swords and the swords fell like raindrops. This was an eye-opener for the master of Izhou and the deputy general of Izhou, who were standing at the edge of the square. The whole city of Izhou knew that the master of Izhou had attached himself to the white-clothed king of Shu. The master of Izhou's position was equivalent to that of a small provincial governor. Now that the provincial governor, who came from a local power, had become a mere figurehead, it was only a matter of time before he became the #1 civil official in Izhou. Therefore, the wanderer who caused a commotion in the city previously became an obstacle to the marriage made in heaven of Izhou. No one thought that Zhang Yun's beloved daughter had fallen in love with the master of Izhou. They all thought that from the beginning to the end, it was the wanderer who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was the young man who had lost his mind and wanted to eat swan meat. When the middle-aged man arrived at the square at the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower, he saw the tower master, Zhang Yun, leading his wife and son to welcome him. They were walking towards the group of Izhou's influential officials. Among them, there was a beautiful young woman standing beside a handsome young man who was wearing a brocade robe. She was smiling like a flower. While the Sword Rain Tower was holding a grand occasion, a young man was accompanying a young woman as they walked through the streets and alleys. They were selling apricot flowers and peach blossoms loudly. They only earned 1 copper coin for each flower. The middle-aged man recalled the conversation between the master and disciple last night in the small courtyard. At the end of the conversation, his disciple told him not to be calculative with the Sword Rain Tower. At that time, he nodded in agreement. His disciple did not believe him and repeated his words. He laughed and said that if his disciple was so easy to talk to, how bad could he be as his master? In fact, Dong Tai did not say that his master had never been easy to talk to. He was like this to the Wu family's sword tomb and also to the Jianghu. Therefore, having such a meddlesome and soft-hearted disciple was Dong Tai's greatest trouble in his life, other than his success in swordsmanship. It was also his greatest pride. Dong Tai smiled to himself. Just now, he was stopped by the old gatekeeper. When the old gatekeeper heard that he was going to challenge the Sword Rain Tower, the old gatekeeper put on a funny and annoyed expression and asked him, "Since we are going to spar with swords, where is your sword?" Dong Tai did not answer. His figure flashed and he arrived at the Sword Rain Tower. Dong Tai raised his head and looked at the main building. There was a golden horizontal board with the words, "The world's first sword rain," written by the Sword Emperor of Western Shu in the early years. Under the spring sunlight, the horizontal board shone brightly. The people of the Sword Rain Tower who first noticed the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man was not Zhang Yun, the Grand Master of Swordsmanship who was known as the Three Qis Tongxian in the Western Shu Wulin, nor was it one of the elders who had outstanding swordsmanship. Instead, it was a few disciples who were looking around in boredom. Most of these people were interested in the daughter of the Tower Master, but they knew that there was a world of difference between them. They were ashamed of their inferiority in front of the son of the Tower Master of Izhou. When they thought that the girl was about to fall into the arms of another man, they did not want to see it. Then, they saw the man in coarse clothes who did not carry a sword and did not have an imposing manner. However, they did not pay much attention to him. Although the Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu was not as famous as the Dongyue Sword Pool and Nanjiang Dragon Palace, it was still the leader of a state. The Tower Master, Zhang Yun, was one of the top 10 masters in Western Shu. When he was young, he was a genius swordsman who was favored by the previous owner of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xiaolingzhen. Although he had not reached the first grade yet, the entire Western Shu Wulin Jianghu believed that Zhang Yun was one of the most promising people to reach the legendary realm. Although a second-grade master had the word little in it, it was enough to establish a sect in the Liang state. Those first-grade masters were usually elusive and did not care about the affairs of the Jianghu. It was even harder for ordinary people in the Jianghu to get close to them. Therefore, in the real Liang Jianghu, the most famous people were the martial Dao masters who could be seen and touched like Zhang Yun. They were the masters of the Jianghu who would show up every now and then. If one did not boast that he had drunk wine with those martial Dao masters, no matter how much he boasted, no one would believe him. This was because not only was Zhang Yun's cultivation base extremely high, but he also had a human aura and was down to earth in the way he did things. If it was said that he was fortunate enough to have met the famous house master of the Sword Rain Pavilion, then it would be able to shock others and cause them to be skeptical. A loud explosion rang out, causing the hearts of everyone in the Reigning Swords Tower to tremble. The horizontal board that was personally given by the old Western Shu imperial uncle split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 1781. Everyone looked at each other, feeling incredulous. That board with a prominent origin was made of the first-grade Nanmu wood. It should not be so fragile. Moreover, this board had only been hanging for 30 years. How could it be broken in the middle like it was split by a sword? Everyone looked around and finally focused their eyes on the middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. Even Zhang Yun, a second-level Supreme Power Master, could not find any clues. Could this man be the culprit who destroyed the invaluable plaque? The leader of the Sword Rain Tower, Zhang Yun, was one of the few famous masters in Western Shu. He was also an experienced veteran. He admitted that even if he held a sword, he would not be able to break a board from 300 to 400 steps away. Regardless of how domineering and arrogant the arrival of such a person was, he was still not someone the Reigning Sword Pavilion could easily deal with. The reason why the Wu family's sword tomb had been in the top 3 of the Jianghu sect for hundreds of years was because it was said that even a child in the sword tomb could control a sword and fly away like a butterfly. This in itself meant that it was not easy to produce sword energy. How could a sword energy not be weakened after a few hundred steps and still be able to break such a huge board? One of the worshippers hurriedly flew away. He stood at the entrance of the main building and looked carefully. He then flew back to Zhang Yun's side and whispered with a pale face. Zhang Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was caused by the sword energy. Furthermore, after the sword chi broke through the signboard, it also split apart the main building. There was a saying in the Liang Jianghu. Ever since Su Mao, a relative of the emperor, died outside the imperial city and Huang Jintu died at the Donghai city, there were no more capable swordsmen in Western Shu. This also showed the predicament of the Western Shu martial arts circle. Especially after Xiaolingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage died for no reason at the Quicksnow Mountain Villa, her successor, Yinji Beauty Xia, only used her beauty to amaze people and did not use her martial arts to convince people. Therefore, people thought that there were no grandmasters in the Shu martial arts circle. The middle-aged man walked forward slowly and stopped when he was 30 to 40 steps away from Zhang Yun. He finally said, "My disciple has already explained the reason. If you don't listen, then I don't need to reason with you today." Zhang Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. How would I know who your disciple is? You are the disciple of a divine connection sword grandmaster. Our reigning swords pavilion can't wait to worship him like a bodhisattva. How can you not listen to reason with us? Zhang Yun's mind raced. Judging from the man's appearance, he looked to be in his 30s or 40s and had a grudge against the Sword Rain Tower, so he was most likely not from Western Shu's Jianghu. Otherwise, he would at least show some respect to Zhang Yun. However, the Sword Rain Tower's influence had always been limited to Western Shu's territory. Their disciples were considered introverted in their actions, and they rarely made any enemies in the Jianghu. Even the few outstanding disciples who were ordered to leave Western Shu and travel the Jianghu to spread the name of the Sword Rain Tower had never had any great grudges with the major sects in Liang. To be honest, if they really wanted to offend those top grandmasters in Liang, the Sword Rain Tower's disciples would need to have the ability to do so, right? At the same time, Zhang Yun was puzzled. The man in front of him did not have any obvious qi activity, and he did not have any momentum at all. He did not seem like the person who would make a move. Could it be that there was a real unworldly expert hiding in the dark? The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the people from the Sword Rain Tower. He saw the young lady who wished for the world to be in chaos and the woman who looked 60 to 70% similar to her. Her expression was gloomy as if she was weighing the pros and cons. She was hesitating whether she should use the government's influence to intimidate the enemy. The few consecrators from the Sword Rain Tower looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Obviously, they knew the severity of the situation better than the woman. There were some things that the government could suppress, but there were some things that they might not be able to suppress. Zhang Yun had a scholarly appearance. He had the famous Western Shu sword, Huazhu, by his waist. It was extremely rare for him to perform the etiquette of a junior. He bowed respectfully and said, "May I know who your disciple is, senior? If my Sword Rain Tower has indeed offended your disciple, Zhang Yun will definitely give you an explanation." The middle-aged man didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at the group of people and asked, "Who's the one holding the mountain elf?" The provincial general, who was sitting in a high position and had a fat body, narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, "Today is a big day for me and Brother Zhang's families. I didn't expect that someone would dare to do such a thing in provincial city. You've really opened my eyes." The deputy general of provincial, who had thousands of troops under his command, sneered and said, "Who dares to violate the law in my territory?" Zhang Yun was relieved when he saw the two officials of provincial general's attitude. However, he still wanted to keep the peace. After bowing, he straightened his back and stared at the uninvited guest in front of him. "Senior, could it be that the chief consecrator of my Sword Rain Tower, Hu Dachuan, had a misunderstanding with your disciple?" The middle-aged man ignored the two officials of Western Shu and the Sword Rain Tower's tower lord, who was pretending to be humble. Instead, he looked at the swordsman who had gone to the main building to look at the signboard. He was dressed in white, had white hair, and a white beard. Even the scabbard of his sword was snow-white. He looked very sage-like. He asked, "Are you the one who attacked my disciple 3 times?" This Western Shu Sword Dao Grandmaster, whose swordsmanship was not inferior to Zhang Yun's, looked calm and composed. However, he did not answer the question. It was unknown whether he was unwilling or afraid. However, after the middle-aged man asked this question, the expressions of the mother, daughter, and handsome young master changed slightly. The woman's gaze became even more vicious. The young woman pursed her lips and the young man subconsciously took a step back. The middle-aged man said calmly, "A sword for a sword." Just as the white-haired consecrator with the mandrel was about to grab the sword hilt, his chest exploded and blood splattered everywhere. However, after this silent sword killed him, scarlet blood splattered out of Zhang Dachuan's juk and sea of qi acupoints. Zhang Dachuan, who did not even manage to grab the sword hilt, fell backward, let alone unsheathing it. One sword was enough to kill someone. However, he said that he would return 3 swords. In everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man had his hands behind his back. Zhang Yun was even more certain that this person did not have any qi ripples at all. Zhang Yun, whose hands and feet were cold, could not care less about his bearing as a grandmaster. He raised his head and looked around as if he was trying to find the peerless expert hiding behind the scenes. There was a hint of unconcealable fear in his voice. Junior Zhang Yun of the Sword Rain House sincerely requests Senior to come out and have a chat. Junior is willing to sincerely apologize. The middle-aged man turned to look at the two senior officials of Yi Province. I don't know what kind of officials you are, but today, even if Chen Jibao is standing here, he can't stop me from killing someone. If you don't believe me, then bring your troops here. Whether it's thousands or tens of thousands, I can wait for you. If you don't call for reinforcements, I'll kill you right now. If you do, I'll still kill you. Remember, don't try to reason with me before you die. Of course, the world did not know that even Xia Guinying, the mastermind behind Chen Jibao's capture of the Flood Dragon, was killed by him. The woman sneered and said, "How arrogant. You don't even respect our king of Shu. My grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator are best friends." The middle-aged man interrupted the woman. Then invite your grandfather and the Western Shu Dao administrator to the Sword Rain House. I'll wait for them. If they don't come, I'll just go and kill them. The woman was about to say something ruthless, but her husband, Zhang Yun, who had never said anything harsh since he got married, roared angrily, "Shut your mouth." The trembling Sword Rain House lord looked at the middle-aged man and asked bitterly, "May I ask if Senior is from the Wu clan's sword tomb or the Dongyue sword pool?" Before the middle-aged man could make a move, the dumbstruck Yi province official fell backward and died on the spot. The middle-aged man's tone was still indifferent. "I'm somewhat related to the Wu clan, but not the Dongyue sword pool." The deputy general of Yi province said in horror, "Did you really kill Yi province's official?" The middle-aged man made a joke that wasn't funny at all. "If you think it's fake, fine. But let me remind you. If you don't call for reinforcements, you'll die soon." Then, the general made an even bigger joke with a sobbing tone. He said in a trembling voice, "Hero, we don't have any grievances. Hero, you can't kill the innocent. This has nothing to do with me, and I won't care anymore. Hero, you can kill whoever you want in Yi province. If you don't want to do it yourself, I'll help you. Is that okay?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything. After he left the Wu clan's sword tomb, he actually didn't like Jianghu. However, his disciple liked it very much, so he was willing to treat Jianghu people and Jianghu with respect. Therefore, among the 4 grandmasters of martial arts evaluation, only he, Dong Tai, Chao Chongqing from West Chu, Su Fengnian from Beiliang, and Tuoba from Beimang, Dong Tai was truly free and unfettered. Therefore, he didn't care if Jianghu people caused trouble for him. However, if he, Dong Tai, wanted to cause trouble for the people of the world, no one could escape from him. Therefore, Xia Guinying, who was ranked first on the immortal leaderboard of continental dynasties, had hidden for thousands of miles from Great Peace City in the north to the coast of the South Sea. However, he still couldn't escape death under his sword. At this moment, another 2 Sword Rain Towers consecrators, who had the intention to kill, fell dead on the ground. Zhang Yun, who was at a loss, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him whose name he still did not know, and said with great sorrow, "Senior, Zhang Yun, do not know what happened, but Zhang Dachuan's descendants did not deserve to die." The deputy general of Yi province suddenly came to his senses and ran away. He wanted to run as far as he could after leaving Yi province. No matter how much money he had to spend or how many connections he had to use, he had to seek refuge in the king of Shu's residence. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the Shu general who was running away. He glanced at the Sword Rain Pavilion's leader and said, "I've said that I'm not here to reason with you." Zhang Yun, who was in despair, asked, "Senior, are you really not afraid of becoming enemies with the Western Shu government and the entire Western Shu martial arts world?" The middle-aged man who killed people as he pleased smiled and said, "If Chen Jibao was here, he definitely wouldn't say such a thing." Zhang Yun smiled bitterly and held the hilt of his fiery candle sword. "I know that I'm not Senior's opponent, but whether it's for the Sword Rain Pavilion's hundreds of years of reputation or for the lives of my wife and child, I have to be brave enough to fight Senior." Chapter 1782. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I won't kill you today. My disciple said that you, Zhang Yun, are a kind and chivalrous person. Based on this, you don't have to die. The handsome young master knelt on the ground and wailed at the corpse of his father in Yi province. You lunatic, why did you kill my father? You will die a horrible death. When Zhang Yun's daughter saw the miserable state of her beloved man, she was also weeping. She squatted down and wanted to comfort him but was pushed away by the young man. Get lost, it's all because of you, you jinx. My father died because of you. If it weren't for you and your mother's instigation, why would I, the son of Yi province, make things difficult for that nobody time and time again? Why would I use my official position to ask Zhang Dachuan to hurt him? Zhang Yun looked as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around with a wooden expression and looked at his wife and daughter. He asked expressionlessly, tell me, what happened? Since we're already in this state, you should at least let me know the reason for my death. The charming woman no longer had her usual graceful bearing. Her expression was ferocious and terrifying. She said sternly, Zhang Yun. How would I know that the master of that poor boy is so powerful? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that young man with the surname Li for pretending to be a fool. If he didn't hide his identity and tease us, why would I deliberately stop him from marrying our daughter? Now I only regret that I didn't ask that old trash Zhang Dachuan to kill him. Zhang Yun looked at his crazy wife with disgust. He turned around again and said, Senior, can I exchange my death for the lives of those unrelated to the sword reigning tower? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, no. Zhang Yun's lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. The middle-aged man said again, don't worry, I came here today only to kill Zhang Dachuan. Now, I'm only here to kill the one on the ground and the Yi province deputy general who escaped from the sword reigning tower. As for the other dead people, since they wanted to kill me, they have to pay the price for having such thoughts. Although in my opinion, your wife and daughter deserve to die, my disciple never had such thoughts. I won't let him feel guilty. Zhang Yun couldn't understand this person's thoughts. It was just like how every time he went up the building and looked at the pictures of the sword immortals of the past, he never understood why the same sword in their hands could be so powerful that it could shake the earth and mountains. However, the middle-aged man continued, from today onwards, your sword reign house shouldn't be open for business anymore. What do you mean by, the reign of swords is a great spectacle? That is an insult to the swords in your hands. I believe that any sword in the world, as long as it is in the hands of a true swordsman, will disdain to be associated with other people's swords. Li Chuangang's wooden horse and ox are the same. Therefore, if the people who hung the portraits on the top floor were still alive, they would probably have laughed themselves to death. When a sword is in its sheath, it will only cry out for injustice. When the sword is unsheathed, it must have a clear conscience. How can it be used for outsiders to admire the scenery and applaud? Zhang Yun smiled miserably, and then his gaze became firm as he said in a low voice, what Senior said makes a lot of sense. However, the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion is the result of the painstaking efforts of my Zhang clan's ancestors for a few hundred years after all. Thus, Zhang Yun can die today while the pavilion doesn't exist, but Zhang Yun can't live on while the pavilion doesn't exist. This was the first time the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yun seriously. Zhang Yun held the fiery candle sword tightly, and there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. My Zhang clan's sword reign house once had ancestor Lu riding a crane, sword sovereign Su Xiu once commented on the swordsman of the world, and sword god Li Chungang was here to give pointers to my grandfather's swordsmanship. If I, Zhang Yun, retreat today, then the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion will really perish. Zhang Ningjing, Zhang Ziyuan, Zhang Danbua, Zhang Mingji, the four of you remember, after my death, the people of the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion can die, and the signboard can fall, but the words Rainstorm Sword Pavilion must not disappear. It must not be humiliated. Zhang Yun pulled out the fiery candle sword and welcomed death with a smile. Before I die, I would like to thank Senior for allowing me to pull out the sword. As for Senior's disciple, that young man called Li Huanyan, Zhang Yun, would like to say a few words from the bottom of my heart before I die. In fact, I have a good impression of Li Huanyan, not because his aptitude is not outstanding, but because his understanding of swordsmanship is extremely high. It is because when I saw this young man, I was reminded of my own high-spirited youth, and I was willing to disregard everything for the person I admired. My original intention was to let him suffer a few more rejections, just like how I suffered when I was young. However, for some reason, my daughter suddenly changed her mind. At that time, I felt a little regretful, but I didn't think too much about it. Zhang Yun then turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, and said gently, "You weren't like this in the past." The woman was at a loss. The middle-aged man no longer had his hands behind his back. He looked at the house master of the Sword Rain Tower who was holding the sword in his hand and smiled. "Go ahead and attack. I know what I'm doing. I'll let you die when your strength is exhausted." The Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu claimed to have collected more than 1,000 exquisite sword moves in the world. In fact, most of the sword moves were the moves of the house masters and the outstanding disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. They were not considered outstanding in the world, but they were the foundation that had been accumulated for hundreds of years. Some of the moves were indeed first-class swordsmanship. It was a pity that Zhang Yun also knew that many of the sword moves were exquisite, but he did not know the true meaning behind them. After all, there were too many sword masters who had their own merits, and their sword wills were scattered and mixed. There were even some contradictions between them. Zhang Yun had not reached the realm of returning to one's original state. The middle-aged man had one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out. Zhang Yun's sword moves were magnificent. Sometimes it was majestic like the sun rising from the east, sometimes it was soft and continuous like the rain in Jiangnan, sometimes it was thick and heavy like the snow in midwinter, and sometimes it was light and ethereal like a sparrow flying on a branch. What was even rarer was that Zhang Yun's sword wills were tightly connected and did not appear abrupt or stiff. The first sentence of the Sword Rain Tower's motto was clear: the sunrise of Kunlun, the bright moon of Canghai, the water of the spring god lake, the great tide of Guangling, the haze of Crimson City, the flying snow of Liao Liao, the yellow sand of the great desert, and various other wonders all contained sword wills that merged into one. The end of the way of the sword. However, no matter how Zhang Yun attacked, the middle-aged man would gently flick the tip of the candlestick sword away with his finger. Therefore, every time the sword vibrated, it meant that Zhang Yun's exquisite sword wills were stopped abruptly. This absurd scene was like a distinguished scholar reciting a famous poem from the ancient times, but he was interrupted by a vulgar villager with the word fart. In the square, only the rainbow-like sword chi could be seen. Zhang Yun and his sword were indistinct. Only the middle-aged man stood in the same place, casually flicking his two fingers. Even the odd-job disciples of the Sword Rain Tower, who were laymen, knew that the difference in their attainments in the way of the sword was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Their master or grandmaster, Zhang Yun of the Sword Rain Tower in Western Shu, was one of the 10 grandmasters of the Western Shu Dao. Even Lu Yuewei, who was the chief consecrator of the Spring Invitation Cottage, did not dare to say that she could defeat Zhang Yun, who was attacking with all his might, with just 2 fingers, let alone when his body was as immovable as a mountain. The appearance of this middle-aged man not only shocked everyone with his mysterious cultivation base, which was akin to that of an immortal on the land, but also unknowingly opened up a grand and magnificent martial arts picture scroll for many disciples of the Sword Rain Tower who wanted to reach the peak of the way of the sword. Everyone present had complicated feelings. Who could turn the tide when the Sword Rain Tower encountered such a powerful enemy? It was destined that they would not be able to avenge themselves today, but would they really be able to in 10 or 20 years? Just as Zhang Yun's sword momentum was weakening, the Sword Rain Tower's master knew that he was going to die. However, Zhang Yun did not feel too indignant. He only felt that after displaying all his skills to his heart's content, it was only a matter of flicking his fingers. He felt that he had let his ancestor down. He had gone through untold hardships to get what he wanted, but at this moment, his sword heart had reached a clear state. He no longer had any regrets. "Master, don't kill people. Killing people is against the law." Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from afar. The familiar voice fell into the ears of the disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. In the past, they only felt that it was laughable and disgusting. Now, it was no different from the sound of nature. As for the content of the words, no one found it funny anymore. The middle-aged man flicked Zhang Yun and his sword away with 2 fingers, forcing Zhang Yun to retreat dozens of steps. He turned his head and laughed angrily at his disciple who rushed over, "Since when is killing not against the law?" The young man ran to his side and said softly, "Let's not talk about whether it's against the law first. You killed people in front of so many people. If word gets out, it won't sound good. The Peach Blossom Sword God killed people in Western Shu's Sword Rain Tower. It will damage your reputation." The old gatekeeper who ran to the streets to look for the young man did not know that he had saved the Sword Rain Tower's life. The middle-aged man said helplessly, "Since when have I cared about my reputation?" The young man said confidently, "As your disciple, I care. I care very much." The middle-aged man laughed it off. Zhang Yun, who was drenched in sweat, kept his sword back into its sheath. He cupped his fists and smiled sincerely. He bowed deeply and said, "I already know your identity. Because of you, the Sword Rain Tower's name has been removed from Western Shu. Zhang Yun has no regrets in this life. The Sword Rain Tower has no regrets." As soon as these words were spoken, all of the Reigning Swords Pavilion's guest elders and disciples, including Zhang Yun, were shocked. In the Jianghu, a person's reputation was extremely important to all righteous people. As for the reputation of the sect that they belonged to, it was even more important. Zhang Yun's shocking statement implied that the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him was like the Wu family's master who used the Sword Tomb's prestige to talk about flying swords, or Chai Qingshan who represented the Daoist sword pool to talk about forging swords. Otherwise, no matter how high this person's martial cultivation was, no matter how much he regarded everyone as ants, Zhang Yun, who had the intention of sacrificing himself for the sword, would not have taken the initiative to say such a thing. The middle-aged man did not show any change in his expression. He accepted it calmly, or more accurately, he completely ignored it. Chapter 1783. The girl who had been pushed away by the Yi province guest was now nestled in her mother's arms, looking delicate and pitiful. After seeing the foreign wanderer who had sworn an oath of undying love with her in private, her timid face had a natural charm that made people want to take pity on her. She took a few steps forward and gazed affectionately at the young man who had been abandoned by her after her mother had bewitched him. Softly, she said, "Nian Xiang, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I have never forgotten you. It's just that at home." Li Shinyang turned his head and looked at the girl who he had asked to stay in the distance. She was holding the bamboo flower basket and looking up. The apricot flowers in the basket had been sold out, but there were still a few peach blossoms left. He smiled and turned his head. He stopped smiling and glanced at the girl from the Sword Rain Tower without saying a word. The middle-aged man asked, "Have you finally given up?" The young man grunted and nodded his head vigorously. The young man seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise, "Master, you didn't trick me on purpose, did you?" The middle-aged man was indifferent. The young man walked to his side and said gloomily, "Master, I didn't think you were cunning before. If you had been so cunning earlier, your reputation in Jianghu would have surpassed that of Wang Xinji and Chao Chongqing, not to mention that Su Fengnian." The middle-aged man said lazily, "Your matter is done. I still have a small matter to deal with. There is a deputy general of Yi province to kill. However, no matter how good he is at escaping, he can't beat that guy named Xia." Then he glanced at Zhang Yun, who was respectful as if he had seen the reincarnation of his ancestor. He hesitated for a moment and said, "People who practice swordsmanship shouldn't focus on victory and defeat and neglect life and death. A dead man can't pick up a 3-foot sword. Well, one last thing. Your swordsmanship is passable and your sword will is not bad. At least you let me know one thing. After Su Xiu and Huang Zhentu, there are still swords in Western Shu. Therefore, the Sword Rain Tower will continue to operate. However, today's matter is limited to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. If your grudges involve the outside world in the future, I won't be so polite the next time I visit." Zhang Yun was relieved and grateful. He once again cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. The master and disciple turned around and left. "Master, the last few sentences you said really have the demeanor of a great master. Did you learn it from someone when you went on a long journey? Master, if you have a conflict with someone in the future, just follow this pattern of speech. You can't go wrong. Master, let's settle accounts clearly between master and disciple. You can't just leave like that just because you put on the airs of a master. You can't just ignore my future living in Ijo City. I'm going to live here for a long time. Akao's family is poor, and my swordsmanship is not good enough. You just said yesterday that you want me to live a stable life. I don't want you to pay for the money or the betrothal gifts. You can't leave a mess for me and Akao. Shut up. Take care of that stubborn donkey yourself. Today's sun is not bad. He watched as the master and disciple walked further and further away after meeting the flower girl. Zhang Yun had mixed feelings. Wang Xianlin, the eldest disciple of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, who was once praised by Xiaolingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage as a late bloomer in 20 years, came to his master and asked carefully, "Master, is this senior also a swordsman?" Zhang Yun did not answer his eldest disciple's question. He stared at the door in a daze. After a long time, he smiled and asked, "Last year, you bunch of hotheads were discussing that we must find an auspicious day to hang the portrait of the peach blossom sword god on the top floor. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted that we hang the portrait between Ancestor Lu and Li Chungang. Have you picked a day?" Wang Xianlin asked curiously, "But doesn't our Reigning Swords Pavilion have the unshakable rule of our ancestors that only those peerless sword Dao grandmasters are allowed to hang their portraits in our pavilion after they pass away?" Zhang Yun muttered to himself, because of his parting words, "There are still swords in Western Shu. I want to hang his portrait even if my ancestors scolded me for being an unfilial descendant. Moreover, what's wrong with making an exception for the peach blossom sword god who almost became in-laws with the Reigning Swords Pavilion?" Wang Xianlin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Zhang Yun said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, draw your swords. Use the Taiya style." Finally, Zhang Yun looked at the door and said loudly, 324 disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion of Western Shu, send off the peach blossom sword god with the 3-foot sword in your hands." The woman was stunned and murmured, "The peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. So you are Dong Tai." The young woman's face was filled with tears of regret. Why are you his disciple?" Outside the Reigning Swords Pavilion, the innocent flower girl tugged at Li Huanyan's sleeve and asked curiously, "Who is the peach blossom sword god they are talking about?" Li Huanyan held back his laughter and curled his lips. The girl looked at Uncle Deng who was walking in front of them. He was the middle-aged man who walked into the courtyard with the donkey yesterday. She smiled happily and said, "Brother Li, this title sounds amazing. I've heard some storytellers say that those heroes' titles are not as good as Uncle Deng's." Dong Tai turned around and picked up a peach blossom from the girl's basket. He smiled and said, "How powerful do you think a guy whose disciple was beaten to the point that he had to lie in bed for 2 to 3 months can be? So, this peach blossom sword god only sounds amazing." The girl glanced at the young man with a smile on her face. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, 1 copper coin per flower." The middle-aged man said shamelessly, "I don't have money. I owe you." The girl suddenly blushed. "Uncle Deng, the middle-aged man seemed to have guessed what the girl was thinking. He smiled and shook his head at her. Then, he picked up the peach blossom with his mouth and put his hands behind his head. He turned around and said gently, "I, Dong Tai's disciple, have already married the best woman in the world." The girl was embarrassed. However, after hearing Uncle Deng's words, she, who had never dared to hope that she and Brother Li would become husband and wife, felt less nervous. She also thought that such an easygoing peach blossom sword god and such an easygoing elder should not be a famous Jianghu hero, right? The girl suddenly felt that she had wronged Brother Li and Uncle Deng by thinking this way. She secretly stuck out her tongue. In the spring of this year, as Li Huanyan's master, Deng Tai could be considered half-in-laws to Ah Chao's parents. He worked as a waiter in their family's shop, greeting customers and sending off customers. He saved up less than 10 taels of silver. Before leaving Western Shu Zizhou for northern Liang Pass, he shamelessly borrowed 20 taels of silver from his disciple and used the money to buy an ordinary iron sword. On the way to Liang, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had pulled out his first sword from the sword tomb when he was young, walked with a sword at his waist for the first time in his life. At the end of the second year of Xiangfu, Mount Huimyogang. It was snowing heavily on the Great Snow Plateau. In the twilight, a woman in purple walked alone out of the moonless house, which had become the holy land of the martial arts world. She held an ordinary bamboo handle oil paper umbrella and walked alone in the wind and snow. Mount Hui was full of visitors and tourists all year round. Even this late snowfall did not stop them from climbing the mountain. However, after the woman in purple walked out of the building, the chief guest of Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua, immediately informed the servants that today, there would be a checkpoint at the entrance of the Great Snow Field. No matter if it was an outsider or a native of the Great Snow Field, no one was allowed to get close to the Great Snow Field. No one was allowed to get close to the mountain lord of Mount Hui who suddenly had the interest to enjoy the snow. In today's Mount Hui, as the lady of Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Huang Fangfua, who had been an elder for 2 dynasties, could be said to have great power in his hands. His martial arts cultivation also showed signs of rising from finger xian to celestial phenomenon. This step was really like a traveler crossing the natural moat, like a scholar passing the top 3. In these 2 years, Mount Hui was like the sun in the sky on the lake of Liang. Chao Changqing was already dead, Dong Tai was nowhere to be found, and Su Fengnian was far away in the northwest. In recent years, the top 10 masters of Liang were evaluated by busybodies. Qi Jiajie and Chai Qingshan, who were equally famous as Xianyuan Qingfeng, were few and far from being as dazzling as Mount Huizi. There were even admirers who praised this chief of Wulin as the Grand Master of Rouge. Not only was she a beauty who could enter the rankings, but she was also a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire world, only the Empress of West Chu, Jianghu, who was rumored to have died for her country, could be compared to her. Now that Jianghu was dead, the entire Jianghu seemed to feel lonely for Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was as lonely as the spectacular snow seen on the Great Snow Field today. The heavy snow was flying and covering the sky, but she was the only one enjoying it. She stopped at the edge of the Great Snow Field and looked into the distance. Her small oil paper umbrella was covered with white snow. It was as if a beauty's hair had turned white. At this moment, a person stealthily appeared on the Great Snow Field. Huang Fangfua, who was standing on the second floor of the moonless tavern and staring at the figure in purple, suddenly became gloomy. He was about to float out of the tavern and throw the guy who dared to cross the thunder pool into the river outside the Great Snow Field to feed the fish. However, this deeply shrewd chief foreign minister of Mount Hui was shocked. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not make a sound and the beauty was still standing alone in the wind and snow, Huang Fangfua felt an aura rushing towards him, stopping him from making a move. Yes, it was an aura, not just an aura. Huang Fangfua respectfully took a step back to show that he understood. Huang Fangfua was puzzled. He was no stranger to that uninvited guest. He was an insignificant person who always liked to brag to others that he and the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, had traveled the Jianghu together, had eaten and drunk together, had taken a boat together, and had gone to the Snow Mountain Villa together. He also said that the two of them were good friends who called each other brothers. Chapter 1784. Of course, Huang Fangfo did not believe in this absurd theory. He only believed that the two people who were as different as clouds and mud were just strangers who met by chance. The young king would not take it seriously, but the young man on the snow plateau would take it too seriously. As for why he could successfully settle down in Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua also found it strange. After all, after Xianyuan Qingfeng became the boss, Huang Fangfua had to deal with too many things. It was impossible for him to care about the background of a nobody. Now Mount Hui was divided into different classes. Although they were all guests, the difference in treatment between the first and the last guests was huge. The young man was the lowest guest in Mount Hui. He only had a small courtyard halfway up the mountain and lived with two other guests. His monthly income was no more than 20 to 30 taels of silver. In the town at the foot of Mount Hui, it wasn't even enough for him to have a decent drink. The young foreign official looked around cautiously, feeling uneasy. Today he had planned to come to the Great Snow Plateau to enjoy the scenery, and try to find an opportunity to get close to the Jianghu seniors who also had the same interest. He did not expect that after climbing up the mountain, he did not even see a shadow of a person. He wanted to go back home, but after walking in the snow for more than an hour, he did not want to give up, so he stumbled into the bull mound. In fact, the important foreign official near the top of the mountain had already received the news. This young man was far from being qualified to be notified by the servants on the Great Snow Plateau. Therefore, by a stroke of luck, he saw the immortal-like purple robe by the cliff. This was the first time he saw her after living under someone else's roof in Mount Hui. The first time he saw her was at the Snow Mountain Villa. The Jianghu friend named Su Qi told him that he might as well go to Mount Hui to have a look. He also said that there was a woman who liked to wear purple dress who could be considered as a friend. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. However, it was hard to survive in Jianghu, especially for a rootless duckweed like him. No matter where he went, he would only be looked down upon. He had no choice but to wait for the right time and risk his life to meet this purple dress of Huishan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that after the woman narrowed her eyes and sized him up and confirmed that he didn't have the guts to lie, she actually nodded and agreed. He only remembered that under the gaze of those cold eyes, he was sweating profusely. He was still in a daze even after she left for a long time. Later on, he came to Mount Hui. Although he didn't reach the heavens in a single bound, at least he had a place to stay. He didn't have to wander around the Jianghu like a lonely ghost. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for more. He didn't have to worry about food and drink all year round and was perfectly content. After seeing her, he mustered up his courage and walked forward with difficulty. He didn't know if it was because the snow was difficult to walk on, or because he was in awe of her, but he walked with difficulty in his straw raincoat. When he finally walked a dozen steps behind her, a cold voice softly sounded, "I only remember that your surname is Huang." "I forgot your name." "Huang something?" Her voice wasn't loud, but to his ears, it was no different from a clap of thunder exploding above his head. It turned out that this high and mighty woman, who was like a celestial being in heaven, still remembered his surname. Flattered, he quickly trotted a few steps forward and stopped a few steps behind and beside her. He lowered his head and bent over, smiling, reporting to Mountain Master, "This little one's surname is Huang, and my name is Quan." "My surname is Quan, and my name is Chao." "It's Quan, which means spring water." Huang Quan, who once pretended to be an experienced Jianghu person in front of Su Qi, had gray hair at an early age. Indeed, he didn't look like a very likable young man. He quietly waited for her to continue, but there was no movement for a long time. This made him involuntarily panic. Could it be that his appearance disturbed her mood of admiring the snow? She gently shook the wrist holding the umbrella, and the snow on the surface of the oil paper umbrella suddenly flew into a mess. She didn't turn her head and only asked indifferently, "Have you heard of a person called Wenhua?" Huang Quan said in fear and trepidation, Of course, of course." In the capital, he earned the nickname of Wen Busheng. He fought with the #1 swordsman in the capital, Qi Jiajie. At that time, even the Tangxi sword immortal Liu Baijie, who was the Minister of War, had a favorable impression of Wenhua. Unfortunately, he suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. Now, the storytellers at the foot of the mountain all say that this peerless swordsman is Su Qi. Oh, no, the new Prince Liang's good brother. Because of this, that prince even used Wenhua's sword moves in the western regions. In one move, he beat Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was also one of the 4 great grandmasters of martial arts, out of the city. She asked again, then, "Are you envious?" Huang Quan smiled embarrassedly. "Naturally, I'm very envious. I used to diligently practice the sword, but unfortunately, I wasn't cut out for it. I quickly abandoned it and only know a few skills." At this point, Huang Quan paused for a moment and carefully said, "It's because of the Mountain Lord's Bodhisattva's kindness that this little one is able to eat and drink at Mount Hui. This little one doesn't dare to forget the Mountain Lord's kindness in taking me in these 2 years." She didn't comment, but the corners of her mouth quietly curled up. She muttered to herself, although that guy surnamed Wen is very annoying, Wen Hua is indeed only one Wen Hua. It's like this to that person, and it's about the same to me. In this lifetime, if I want to meet this kind of disgraceful bastard again, it should be very difficult. The wind and snow on the mountain peak were too strong. Even if Huang Quan pricked up her ears, she couldn't clearly hear her soft muttering. She seemed to have lost interest in talking and said straightforwardly, presumably, you also know that that person sent many secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion to my moonless restaurant. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can either choose a secret manual at will and then go down the mountain to explore, or you can stay in my Mount Hui and be a low-class guest. Although you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, you won't have any future prospects. You don't need to speak. If you nod, you'll choose the first option. If you shake your head, you'll choose the second option. The extremely talkative Huang Quan subconsciously wanted to nag a little, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't utter a single word. Then, she suddenly woke up with a start. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she hurriedly shook her head. Huang Quan silently said in her heart, how could I not know my own weight? I can't endure hardships, and I don't have the innate talent to become an expert through practicing martial arts. I've long since known to obediently accept my fate. She calmly said, I understand. You can leave now. Huang Quan, who felt as if she had been granted amnesty, didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and left. However, after Huang Quan had taken a few steps, she softly said, I don't know if the person Mountain Chieftain spoke of treats me as a friend. No matter how much I boast to outsiders, in reality, I don't dare to think that person is my friend. However, no matter what, I, Huang Quan, am very happy to be able to meet that person. After saying this, Huang Quan's footsteps didn't stop as she left the large snowy plain. She didn't dare to secretly turn her head to look at her. When he left the mountain, he somewhat felt that he was too useless. However, after thinking about it again and again, he still felt that being able to meet Su Qi in this life, meeting that young Jianghu man who was willing to let him eat and drink, and who would laugh and listen to his boasting, was something worth being happy about for the rest of his life. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood alone in the same place. The wind and snow fell one after another, making the world seem even more lonely. She slowly walked back to the moonless tower, which was said to be even taller than the Tide Listening Pavilion in Beiliang. She climbed up to the top floor. This floor was extremely transparent. Aside from those gold-threaded Phoebe Jiannan pillars, the entire building was practically empty. There was only a red sandalwood couch placed there. She put away her oil paper umbrella and bent over to lean against one of the pillars. Lying on the couch, she propped up her cheek with one hand and looked as far as her eyes could see to the west. The most special thing about this tower was that there were no walls or railings in the entire west side. With a single glance, one could see the large snowy plain and even the distant scenery outside of Mount Hui. Due to the heavy snow, there were very few young maidservants who could enter this floor of Moonless Tower to clean the rooms. They had already cleverly erected a silk screen on the west side to block the wind and snow and cut off the bitter cold. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. In terms of fortuitous encounters and wonderful opportunities, this woman was simply the darling of heaven and earth. First, she accidentally obtained a strange cultivation method from the library on the large snowy plain that could absorb other people's qi. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she narrowly reached the first level, she also turned herself into a half-human half-ghost and her life was hanging by a thread. Later, she went to Beiliang and absorbed the fate of several imperial jade seals in the library of the Tide Listening Pavilion. Not only did she stabilize her cultivation, she also eliminated the huge hidden danger caused by the chaotic qi. Then, in the Battle of the River, she was defeated by Wang Xianji and sank to the bottom of the Guangling River. She actually survived the disaster and had good fortune afterward. Lu Songtao and Zhao Huangchao both helped her to advance her cultivation rapidly and reached the major celestial state in one fell swoop. She stopped Chao Chongqing from entering Great Peace City outside the city. The conqueror of West Chu even gave her a golden millet dream, allowing her to dream for decades. How could the benefits she received be ordinary? No one dared to question her status as the chief of the Wulian alliance as a woman. Some even believed that among the young Jianghu grandmasters, only she, Xianyuan Qingfeng, had the chance to compete with the northwest vassal king. As her cultivation rose rapidly and she became the leader of the Jianghu south of the Yangtze River, the power of Mount Hui grew day by day and suppressed Mount Longhu. She said that pilgrims were not allowed to climb the mountain to burn incense on the 14th of every month. Thus, no one dared to go to Mount Longhu to make a wish and pray on that day. She once prevented the fourth prince, who was now the emperor, from climbing the snowy plain. She also once had the new Prince Liang send people from thousands of miles away to deliver several large boxes of secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion, as if she was entrusting him to me. She had also participated in the Battle of Great Peace City. She was like a bright moon hanging in the sky of Jianghu with Li Yang and the other two of the four great grandmasters of martial arts evaluation. Some people feared her, some hated her, and some respected her. But strangely, no one in the world seemed to like her very purely, even if her beauty was enough to enter the rankings. Even if countless men in Jianghu knew that as long as they could conquer this woman, it was equivalent to conquering half of Jianghu. Chapter 1785. She lived in seclusion on the top floor of the Moonless Tower. Her mood was unpredictable. Countless Jianghu masters who had pledged their loyalty to Mount Hui had been severely injured by her in a fit of anger. They had no fate with martial arts, but she was not unkind. On the contrary, when she was happy, she could casually reward her servants with valuable treasures such as luminous pearls. She could also casually give away the top secret manuals that Jianghu dreamed of. She could also casually give them away in pairs. Unfortunately, no one could predict when she would be happy or why she would be happy. She opened her eyes and seemed to find the screen annoying. She gently waved her hand and the screen immediately shattered, flying with the snow. She left the beauty couch, picked up the oil paper umbrella, and left the Moonless Tower. She opened the umbrella again and walked to the edge of the cliff. She slowly reached out her hand and extended the oil paper umbrella. The snowflakes did not stop and snow gradually piled up in her palm. She softly repeated these two sentences. Meeting you, I am very happy. Meeting you, I am not happy. This purple dress, for the entire night, just stood there, one hand holding the umbrella and the other reaching out to catch the snow. Her body did not move at all. No one knew the reason. Later, rumors spread in Jianghu that the purple dress of Mount Hui had become an immortal on earth overnight after watching the snow on the peak of Mount Hui. In the second year of Xiangfu, there was light snow. The air was cold and the snow was cold, but the ground was not cold and the snow was not heavy. The Daoist sword pool, an ancient sect that had competed with the Wu family for the title, all sword skills in the world originate from which family, for hundreds of years, began to flourish after Song Nianqing's death and Cai Qingshan, an outsider, took over the position of sect master. Several old sword masters who had been silent for many years began to open their doors and accept disciples. There were constantly young people with amazing talent who entered the Daoist sword pool to forge swords and practice swordsmanship. Li Bai, who was born in a prestigious family in Jiangnan, no longer traveled. He stayed at the sword pool to help Cai Qingshan manage the affairs. Although Li Bai's cultivation in the way of the sword grew slowly, this genius who was once as famous as Wu Luding of the Sword Tomb, Wuxia Xianxia of Longhu Mountain, and Li Huli of Yanbao of Ji Province, seemed to be enjoying himself. He was not worried about his martial realm. Meanwhile, the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice of the Liyang Imperial Court had also recruited many experts from the sword pool with great fanfare. With such a promising future, the number of young swordsmen who went to Daoist sword pool for apprenticeship was as large as the number of carps crossing the river. During this period of time, sect master Cai Qingshan only had 2 disciples. One of them was grinning from ear to ear all day, while the other was frowning all day. Song Nianqing's eldest grandson, Song Tinglu, was one of the happiest. This was because he could now hear many people respectfully address him as martial uncle every day. This made the youth, who could only call Li Bai's senior brother for many years, feel that he had earned back his capital. On the other hand, Shan Yi was the one who was unhappy. She felt that those guys who were older than her made her sound old by calling her senior martial aunt. Song Tinglu still only worshipped Wen Bushing, who had become famous in one battle in Great Peace City. He liked to carry a simple self-made wooden sword at his waist every day. He liked to pretend to be old and experienced when others called him martial uncle. Then, when no one was looking, he would immediately crack open his mouth and laugh. On this day, it was sunny after the snow. Song Tinglu searched for a long time before he finally found his junior sister, who was in a daze in a pavilion. Song Tinglu probably knew the taste of worry. After his junior sister came back from escaped summer town in Bailiang, she began to like sitting alone in a daze. He righteously complained to his master that his junior sister was not willing to practice the sword. In the end, before the two men could criticize him, the girl casually said that she was comprehending the sword and dismissed both his master and senior brother. As the senior brother, the youth was naturally not convinced. In the end, his master had the two of them spar. His junior sister, who could only win after 100 moves, could take care of the youth within 80 moves. He lost again and again. From 80 moves to 70 moves and then to 60 moves, he lost all 3 battles. The results were worse each time. Naturally, the youth was given the nickname Song Bushing by junior sister Shawnee. This nickname quickly spread in the Daoist sword pool. There were 2 new female disciples who were older than the youth who would add Song Bushing before martial uncle when they called Song Tinglu. This made the youth both happy and worried. When Song Tinglu was about to enter the pavilion, Shawnee suddenly said fiercely, "Remember, from now on, this pavilion is a forbidden area of our Daoist sword pool. Without my permission, no one is allowed to set foot here. Not you, not senior brotherly, not even master." The girl looked at the dumbfounded youth and waved her hand. She said angrily, "I'll let it go today. Those who don't know are not guilty. Remember, don't do it again." Song Tinglu was helpless. He was used to his junior sister's wild ideas. The youth was already used to it. Song Tinglu said mysteriously in a low voice, "Junior sister, do you know that an important guest came to our sword pool today?" Senior Marshal Brotherly even used his most treasured tea set, and master also accompanied him. The girl did not care about being called junior sister by Song Tinglu today. She only said absent-mindedly, "Then why didn't you accompany him?" The youth curled his lips. "You know that I don't like tea. It's very bland and tasteless. Master promised me that in 2 years, I'll be allowed to drink. When that time comes, I'll definitely drink in big bowls." The girl sneered. "Why don't you just drink from a water vat? Isn't that more heroic?" The youth was speechless. In the past, he could not win an argument with her. Now, he could not even win a fight. The youth was a little depressed. The ignorant youth was far from understanding the matters between men and women. He was still far from understanding the melancholy in his crotch. Just as the youth was sulking, 3 people walked in from outside the pavilion. It was Master Chai Qingshan, senior brother Li Yibai, and a young Daoist in a Daoist robe. Shan Yi and Song Tinglu stood up at the same time. The 3 people walked quickly into the pavilion. Chai Qingshan smiled and introduced them to his 2 disciples. "This is little celestial Master Qi of Mount Longhu." Song Tinglu's eyes lit up. He said impatiently, I know. It's little Lu, little ancestor Wuxia Xianxia." Li Yibai knocked the youth's head with a chestnut and laughed angrily. "Juniors can't call elders by their names." Song Tinglu chuckled. Senior brother Li Yibai's teachings had obviously gone in one ear and out the other. The girl raised her face that had not fully grown and asked naively, "Daoist Qi, if you fought with the king of Bailiang, how many moves could you take?" Chai Qingshan's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He glared fiercely at his silly daughter. Wuxia Xianxia, who was visiting the Daoist sword pool on the way, smiled and said, "If it was just a spar, I could take 10 moves or so. However, if it was a life-and-death battle with Su Fengnian, it would only take 1 move." The girl smiled and said, "Daoist Qi, if that's the case, you must be an expert." Wuxia Xianxia was stunned. He probably could not keep up with the girl's thoughts. Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Tinglu could not help but turn his head and roll his eyes. In his junior sister's eyes, as long as no one competed with that guy for the title of number 1 in the world, she did not care who was second or third in the world. Chai Qingshan instructed the 2 children, Tinglu, the 2 of you go outside the pavilion and practice a set of sword techniques that you are most familiar with. Let Mr. Qi give you pointers. This is a rare opportunity, so cheer up. Song Tinglu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He rushed out of the pavilion without another word and decisively unsheathed his wooden sword. The tip of the sword glowed, and the sword's momentum was continuous. Sword after sword flowed freely and endlessly. Li Yibai was very pleased. What a good sword, like a dragon. Most importantly, he could feel a vigorous aura from the sword's momentum. This junior brother would definitely become the pillar of the Daoist sword pool in the future. On the other hand, Shan Yi was somewhat sloppy. She picked up the sword that she had personally forged in the Nanhua sword furnace and reluctantly walked out of the pavilion. She followed Song Tinglu's movements. Wuxia Xianxia observed the young man and woman's sword practice very seriously. He was very focused and did not miss anything. It did not seem like a sword elder who wanted to give pointers to a junior. Instead, it seemed like a junior was learning the sword from a senior. Li Yibai looked at Wuxia Xianxia and suddenly understood. It was rumored that this person had destroyed his cultivation that he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 20 years in Great Peace City. He wanted to start all over again. Only someone with such great perseverance could look at everything in the world with such a calm attitude. Song Tinglu finished practicing the ape-form sword that was said to have been made by the ancient immortals. He had a smug expression and asked Wuxia Xianxia, Daoist Qi, how is my sword technique? Wuxia Xianxia smiled and said, strength is in strength, weakness is in breath. In the future, when you practice the sword, you cannot just focus on the sword essence and ignore the moves. You should focus on being down to earth and studying the strengths of the swordsmen in the world. You can use the stones of other mountains to improve jade. You must not look down on other swords in the world because of the strong foundation of the Daoist sword pool. You can expect to reach 2nd grade in 3 years and hope to reach 1st grade in 10 years. If you can concentrate on consolidating the qi in your body, you may have a chance to reach celestial phenomenon. Song Tinglu frowned and said, only hope. I thought that reaching celestial phenomenon would be easy. Chai Qingshan laughed angrily and said, you arrogant child. Don't talk nonsense in front of Sir Qi. Shan Yi originally thought that she had escaped a calamity, so she tiptoed with her sword, wanting to slip away. She did not expect the little celestial master of Mount Longhu to laugh and say, Miss, you clearly have an innate sword embryo that only appears once in 100 years. Why are you squandering your innate talent? There is an ancient saying that says that if you give too much, you will be blamed. If you do not give enough, you will be punished. I hope that you will think carefully about this. The girl in white widened her beautiful eyes that were overflowing with qi and said innocently, Daoist, don't accuse me wrongly. I am very diligent in practicing the sword. I will learn whatever my master wants me to learn. I never cut corners. Wuxia Xianxia's words made this mischievous girl speechless. For swordsmen, hard work comes second and heart comes first. The girl in white tilted her head as if she was confused. Chapter 1786. Wuxia Xianxia smiled knowingly. I didn't want to say it at first, but I really don't want you to go astray and waste natural resources. The white-clothed girl suddenly raised her voice and said in a panic, don't say it, don't say it. I'm scared of you. I'll just practice my sword diligently in the future. Even Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai were confused. Was she trying to trick them? Just as Shan Yi had said, she had done everything Chai Qingshan wanted her to do. No matter what sword she practiced, her aura had increased a little. In fact, she had been improving almost every day. However, Wuxia Xianxia, an outsider who had met her for the first time, could see the clues at a glance. Perhaps it was because Chai Qingshan was a sword Dao grandmaster, or perhaps it was because this celestial master of Mount Longhu was indeed an immortal. Wuxia Xianxia asked curiously, can I know the reason? The white-clothed girl blushed. Don't ask. I won't say it. The girl glared at her master and senior brother Li, who were about to get to the bottom of the matter. She said angrily, I won't say it even if you beat me to death. In short, I'll practice my sword diligently in the future. Wuxia Xianxia smiled. I was wrong earlier. You should focus on practicing your sword. Cai Qingshan thought for a moment and understood. He felt relieved and frightened at the same time. Li Bai and Song Tingla didn't know what was going on, nor did they know why. They were like two outsiders and felt helpless. Song Tingla, in particular, felt even more wronged. For some reason, after this junior sister walked the martial world, the taller she became, the more distant her heart became. This made the youth feel lost. Was it really like what the peers of the other sect said, that behind every beautiful junior sister stood one or even a few pitiful senior brothers who were full of disappointment? Wuxia Xianxia stood up and bowed. I'll take my leave now. You don't have to send me off. Cai Qingshan laughed. You don't have to. Just send me to the sect gate. Li Bai smiled. That's right. Wuxia Xianxia was stunned and didn't insist. The three of them walked side by side, with Shan Yi and Song Tingla following behind them. Li Bai, who was already familiar with Wuxia Xianxia, asked softly, are we going back to Mount Longhu next? Everyone knew that Mount Longhu was in trouble both internally and externally. First, the imperial court let Mount Qingqing Taoist Wu Lingsu and Mount Longhu Taoist Mansion jointly rule the world, breaking the situation where only the Taoist Mansion had the surname of the imperial court. Then, the father and son Taoist master ascended together, and Zhao Shituan died mysteriously. None of the older generation of Taoist Mansion survived, especially after the battle outside the Imperial Astronomer's Gate. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, hurt the foundation of Mount Longhu. After that, Mr. White Lotus disappeared, leaving only Zhao Ningxian to return to Mount Longhu alone to preside over the overall situation. However, at the same time, the leader of the purple-clothed mountain, Xianyuan Qingfeng, appeared in the neighboring Mount Hui, and Mount Wudong, which had been fighting for the Taoist ancestral court for hundreds of years, became more and more popular. In the eyes of outsiders, the several respected Taoist priests of Mount Longhu focused on cultivating the mind instead of cultivating the strength. Coupled with their awkward identities, Mount Longhu's reputation had fallen to the bottom. If Wuxia Xianxia could return to Mount Longhu to help Zhao Ningxian preside over the overall situation, there was some hope for this Taoist holy land to rise again in the imperial court and Jianghu. However, Wuxia Xianxia's answer was unexpected. This humble Daoist will first make a trip to Earth Lung Mountain, then directly to Wudong's Little Lotus Peak. I want to see that little Daoist boy called Yu Fu and find out if he's really that person. This humble Daoist also wants to go to Bailiang to see one of my senior brothers. I want to know why he stayed there. After that, I will return to Mount Longhu to concentrate on cultivation. Cai Qingshan grunted in agreement. That's good too. It just so happens that I also want to make a trip to the Northwest Pass. Sir Qi, when are you leaving? Let me know and we'll go together. Wuxia Xianxia smiled. All right. Li Bai was deeply worried. Martial uncle, how can I take on such a great responsibility? Cai Qingshan asked back, why can't you? Wuxia Xianxia returned to Li Bai's good friend's previous words. That's exactly right. The white-clothed girl suddenly made a solemn vow. Master, I've thought it through. From today onwards, not only will I focus on practicing the sword, I will also put my heart and soul into forging a sword. I will use this sword wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I've even thought of a name. Song Tingla was incomparably curious. What's it called? The white-clothed girl rolled her eyes. I'm not telling you. Cai Qingshan smiled and turned to look at his disciple. With a kind expression, he said, all right, Master will tell that person the name of the new sword that has yet to be forged. The girl shyly said, Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The youth was even more confused. Master, junior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand even more. Li Bai touched his forehead. What a headache. Wuxia Xianxia turned to the youth and said meaningfully, it's rare to be confused. It's a blessing not to understand. Actually, the white-clothed girl who didn't understand this sentence said in all seriousness, that's right. Chai Qingshan and the other two laughed at the same time. The youth didn't know what they were laughing about, but when he saw the girl's beautiful smile, he also laughed. Smoke rose into the air in the desert, and the sun set over the long river. The scenery outside the pass was lonely and especially magnificent. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in North Jade City, a young man squatted on the steps and basked in the sun. The warm winter day made people drowsy. A young woman with her eyes closed the entire time was putting winter pickles in the corner of the wall. They were almost piled up into another small wall. The unique sour smell filled the courtyard. The young man was probably afraid that he would fall asleep just like that, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Cui Hua, what do you think that one fellow is doing now? Is he still going to stick to every pretty girl he sees? The woman who seemed to be blind raised her arm and wiped her sweat. She smiled and said, I don't think so. I'm guessing that he's most likely got married, got a wife, found a job, had a child, and lived a comfortable life like this. She, who had always been known for her reticence, would only speak a little more when she talked about the young wanderer who had met them in Great Peace City and then left Great Peace City. The young man said worriedly, it would be best if this is the case, but he was so miserable when he left Jing. Can it really be so smooth? Also, that brat is someone with a lofty heart. Is he used to the hard life of a commoner? The woman called Cui Hua shook her head and said, I believe him. This time, the young man who was not jealous sighed and said, I'm really cheap. In the past, when that guy called me Wu Luyang every day, I was always angry. But after not hearing this bullshit nickname for such a long time, I felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it now, it wasn't much to let that brat rub off your pickled vegetable noodles. I was petty at the time and shouldn't have insulted him so much. She said, what's the point of insulting him? Every time we quarrel, aren't you the only one who is angry? The young man nodded and said, that's true. Then he said angrily, Su Fengnian is good at fighting, when Busheng is good at quarreling. No wonder the two can be brothers. The woman said softly, they are brothers in hardship. The young man unconsciously imitated that when Busheng's signature action and dug at his pants. I'm also slightly depressed. The woman who had her back to him and did not see this scene, but understood, frowned. She complained, don't learn the good, learn the bad. The young man snickered and raised his head to look at the sun. He didn't know where that guy was. Was he also basking in the sun with nothing to do? He muttered to himself, strange, strange. Demon Head Zhu is such a proud freak. Didn't he say that no one other than Dong Tai is a match? He's actually willing to be that Su's hatchet man. I heard that Grandpa Jian also told that guy about his life's work. He wanted that Su guy to help him achieve his wish and practice those 2 or 3 sword moves. Our ancestors said that those sword moves are not the sword of the human world. Even if Ancestor Lu was alive, he might not be able to use them. What's even more infuriating is that Aunt Nalan is already so old, yet she still wants to be surnamed Su every day. I feel ashamed for her. Rouge reviews, 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 so what? How many years has it been? Even if she looks like a 30-year-old woman, so what? Does Aunt Nalan really want to eat young grass? Alas, I'm at my wit's end. Uncle Xia and Baldy Chui aren't any better. Ever since they exchanged pointers with that guy, he's been calling himself the king of Bailiang. My ears are getting calluses. I think if this goes on, these guys will become more Bailiang than the native Bailiang people. The door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful woman who was gnashing her teeth stood there. She put on a fake smile and said, oh, little Wu, you're worrying about the country and the people again. Aunt Nalan is very distressed for you. It's just that we know ourselves. We're already old and faded. Don't you feel horrified just by looking at us? The current sword crown of the sword tomb, Wu Luding, grimaced. He quickly got up and smiled apologetically. Aunt Nalan, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door? Why are you standing at the door? Could it be that the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, is standing there? The woman, whose real name was Nalan Yujin, turned her head and looked at the door. She smiled and said, Prince, please come in. Our Wu family sword crown has been saying good things about you for a long time. Shouldn't you thank him? Wu Luding rushed into the room and closed the door. I'm not feeling well. I refuse to see any guests. Cui Hua shook her head helplessly. Nalan Yujin smiled knowingly and walked into the courtyard alone. She closed her eyes and sniffed hard. She clicked her tongue and said, Yes, yes, this is the smell. Aunt has waited bitterly for a year. Cui Hua stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the woman who had suffered in the Wu family sword tomb with a smile. She said softly, Aunt, what's the matter? Nalan Yujin smiled and said, Even if it's a big matter, it's better to talk about it with your pickled vegetable noodles. Chapter 1787. Wu Luding gently opened the door and said in a bitter tone, Aunt Nalan, why are you scaring people? Be careful that I don't let Cui Hua add green onions and fried eggs to your noodles. The woman gave him a coquettish look and joked, In this family, your words don't count. Wu Luding immediately smiled and ran behind her. Are your shoulders sore? Do you want to rub them? The woman laughed and scolded, Now you know how to flatter. It's too late. You men can take revenge for 10 years, but we women hold grudges for 100 years. While Nalan Yujin was sitting in a chair and patiently waiting for the pickled cabbage noodles, Wu Luding helped her rub her shoulders. Holding grudges is one thing, but I still have to rub them. My filial piety can be seen by the sun and moon. The young Jianguan was too familiar with this woman, so he spoke without restraint. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Aunt Nalan, your scenery is so magnificent that it's out of control. I can't even see where your legs are. I'm curious. If later that guy surnamed Su suddenly wants to hug you, won't it be very difficult to hug you? The woman was neither angry nor shy. Instead, she smiled and said, This flattery is refreshing. Aunt will accept it. Wu Luding said with a mischievous grin, Aunt Nalan, your shamelessness can be said to have been cultivated for 1,000 years. When I get back, I'll definitely tell that Su fellow that if there comes a day when North Rejecting City is about to fall, I'll have him invite Aunt to the top of the city wall. Then, the northern Mang barbarians can forget about crossing this city wall. The woman gently shook her shoulders and deftly flicked away Wu Luding's hands. Brat, get out of my way. Wu Luding pulled a chair and sat beside her. He put away his cynical look and asked seriously, Aunt, you don't really like that brat, do you? What's so good about him? He's just a little handsome, a little good at martial arts, and a little big title. He's absolutely not good enough for you. Nalan Yujin bent over and knocked on the young man's forehead with her finger. You can't change your habit of eating shit. How many times have I told you not to joke so seriously? Women in the world are most worried about this kind of man. They are afraid that he is unreliable. Wu Luding maliciously glanced at the beautiful scene of the woman pressing down heavily on the table. Then, he deliberately held the table with a terrified expression. Auntie, be careful. Don't collapse the table. You have to compensate the surnamed Su. Nalan Yujin turned her head and said with a smile, Suehua, Wu Luding secretly asked me whether you like him or secretly like Su Fengnian. Wu Luding was really terrified now. He waved his hand and said with a sad face, Auntie, I'll kneel down for you. Please don't make this kind of joke. Suehua really won't talk to me for a whole month. Not long after, Suehua walked into the room with 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles. One bowl was placed in front of Nalan Yujin and the other bowl was placed in front of Wu Luding. However, she forgot to bring him a pair of chopsticks. Nalan Yujin made a face at Wu Luding who wanted to cry but didn't dare to take the chopsticks. Then, she comfortably ate the noodles and added oil to the fire. Eating noodles with chopsticks is so fragrant. Wu Luding sat on the chair and looked down, not moving at all. When Nalan Yujin almost finished the bowl of noodles, Zuihua asked, "Are you unhappy because I don't like Su Fengnian?" Wu Luding said firmly, "You can beat me to death." "Oh," she said indifferently. "Go get the chopsticks." Wu Luding was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He ran to get a pair of chopsticks and sat down. He lowered his head and wolfed down the noodles. Nalan Yujin put down her chopsticks and leaned back comfortably against the back of the chair. She sighed and said, "When I was waiting for death in the sword tomb, I wanted to leave that damned place so badly that I almost went crazy. Now that I'm out, I don't know why, but I miss that place where there are only swords. However, although I miss it, I definitely don't want to go back." Wu Luding finished the pickled vegetable noodles and wiped his mouth. He looked like he hadn't had enough. Nalan Yujin said seriously, "There's something that Su Fengnian asked me to tell you too. He changed his mind and doesn't intend to fulfill the oath that the 100 of us made with the Wu family's sword tomb. Instead, he wants us to leave as we wish. If he's afraid that the Wu family will settle accounts later, it's fine. He will make a mess and let those who are willing to leave go to the relatively peaceful gourd mouth of Yuzhou to pick on those soft persimmons. Each of us will kill 100 Beimang barbarians. Then, we can go wherever we want. Before I came here, everyone discussed it. Now, it's up to you." Wu Luding frowned and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Nalan, do you think he's playing hard to get? Or is he just trying to buy people's hearts?" The woman shook her head and said, "Su Fengnian really intends to do so. I'm sure of this. Of course, the reason why he's so magnanimous isn't entirely because he's doing good deeds. It's because Demon Zhu, sword maniac Helion, and a large group of people have long been determined to stay in Beiliang. After all, each of them has their own goals. They want fame, benefits, benevolence, and justice. Those who really want to leave are only 20 or so people. Maybe the older they get, the more afraid they are of death. Or maybe they miss their hometown too much. They don't want to die outside the pass. They want to die in the most familiar place. I guess Su Fengnian just wants peace of mind. Instead of letting some people reluctantly die in battle with the Beiliang cavalry, it's better to let everyone who stays in the end come to Jianghu willingly and die on the battlefield." Wu Luding sneered and said, "I told you that this guy is the most shrewd businessman in the world. He never makes a losing deal." Nalan Huayu sighed and said, "If he wasn't shrewd, the Beimang barbarians would have already destroyed the family property that Butcher left for him." Wu Luding whispered, "Auntie, you don't really like that guy, do you?" Nalan Huayu stretched out her fingers and lifted the hair on her temples. She shook her head and laughed, "Brat, you're really stupid. How old am I? How old is Su Fengnian?" Wu Luding nodded in agreement and said, "I told you, Auntie won't like that guy." Zuihua was silent. Nalan Huayu smiled charmingly and said, "That's the matter. What do you two think? No matter what, we're still people of the Wu family's sword tomb. No matter what, we'll listen to you." Wu Luding thought for a while and said, "In that case, let the 20 or so people find an excuse to go to Yuzhou and join the army. But killing 100 people is the bottom line. There's no discussion. As for the other 80 people, they'll stay with me and Zuihua in this north-resisting city. Whether they die in battle or wait for death, don't regret it in the future." Nalan Yujin nodded, "Since you said so, I know what to do." "That's good." She stood up and didn't leave the room immediately. Instead, she took a slight detour and walked to Wu Liuding's side. She touched the young man's head and said, "Brat, you've finally grown up. Auntie is very pleased. Auntie also has something to say to you and Zuihua. We're outsiders who have entered the sword tomb. After so many years, we know how many people have gone crazy in the Wu family's sword tomb, committed suicide, or went mad. There aren't many normal people left. It's not easy to gather 100 people, but it's already the limit of the Wu family. Your Wu family's ancestor is not without selfishness. In the end, the reason why the Wu family's fortune has been standing for 200 years is because of the Wu family's 9 swords. But now, the 9 swords have become our 100 swords. That's why the 20 or so people are nervous in their hearts. They must ask me, Nailan Yujin, to come here to ask for a valid letter. Otherwise, even if Su Fengnian asks them to leave, they will never dare to leave. Who doesn't know the Wu family's ancestors' methods? We are all afraid from the bottom of our hearts. Wu Luding took a deep breath and said with determination in his eyes, as a junior, I don't dare to say anything bad about my ancestor. But, Auntie, you can rest assured. Those 20 or so people, my Wu family's sword tomb will treat them as if they have died outside the pass. This sentence is said in front of Auntie, and even in front of the ancestor, it's the same. Every word is a nail, no ambiguity. Nailan Huayu nodded and turned to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head and smiled, practicing the sword, you can also practice the sword in bed. The corner of Wu Liuding's mouth twitched. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Suehua. She suddenly opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out word by word from her teeth, want to practice the sword? Get the hell out of here. Wu Luding subconsciously picked up the chopsticks and pulled the noodles in the empty bowl. She closed her eyes, and when he lowered his head, the corner of her mouth curled up. Then she heard Wu Luding say something inexplicable, Suehua, it's not that I can't accept that Auntie Nailan likes Su Fengnian, but I don't want Su Fengnian to be the only one who doesn't like her. Suehua didn't know what to say, so she could only say, I'm listening. Finally, Wu Luding said something unlucky, Suehua, I said you can't be angry, but even if you are angry, I have to say it this time. If, one day in the future, both of us are destined to die on the battlefield, I must die before you, because if I see you die before me, I will feel worse than death. Suehua thought for a moment and said slowly, actually, it's nothing, because if I die first, I will also wait for you on the road to the underworld. I will wait for you to follow me, so you don't have to be sad. But if I die first, and you die too late, I will be really angry. Wu Liuding's eyes were moist, and he held Suehua's hand. Suehua tilted her head and asked, you want to die now? Wu Luding shook his head, but this time, he didn't let go of her hand. And this time, she didn't break free. You are called Suehua, and I am called Luding. 6 big cauldrons, how many pounds of pickled cabbage can they hold? So, the two of us are the best match in the world. Even Nailan Yujin, who was close to them in the sword tomb, didn't know that sword crown Wu Luding and sword attendant Suehua were actually born on the same day, month, and day. Even the time was almost the same. Chapter 1788. But presumably, the entire Wu family sword tomb believed that these two people, regardless of whether they were young now or old in the future, would die at the same time. Many years later, many years after the great battle of Liangmang, a white-haired old man lay on a sickbed. When the oil in his lamp ran out, he could no longer open his eyes. He could only mumble, Suehua, I want to eat pickled vegetables again. The old woman who sat at the head of the bed and gently held his hand, leaning over his ear with difficulty. In reality, she could no longer hear clearly, but she knew what he was saying. So she said gently, we don't have any more pickled vegetables at home, but when we get underground, I'll make some for you. He was dead. She was also dead. There was no deeper love in the world than this. A travel-worn man first traveled from the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, all the way north to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Then he hurried to North Resisting City. He had no choice but to go to Qingsang City in Liuzhou. Finally, he went straight to Linyao military town, which was even closer to the western regions. Only then did he finally find his fellow disciple who was carrying a wicker basket and picking up cow dung. Looking at his 4th junior apprentice brother who was much older than him, the young man heard the general story. He held back his laughter and said, it's really been hard on you. Even my legs feel like jelly when I hear about the trekking of mountains and rivers. This inarticulate man who had taken countless wrong paths was Lu Huang of Martial Emperor City, who had escorted the Yen sisters out of the western region. He looked at his eldest senior brother, Groom Yu, and asked, why have you come to northern Liang? Yu Groom hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to be honest. I might disappoint you if I tell you the truth, but I didn't come here for revenge. At that time, I went to Liaodong with green-robed man, and for some reason, I wanted to come to the northwest to take a look. I probably didn't believe that the northern Liang cavalry was the best in the world. Of course, I also had the intention to vent some of my anger on behalf of the Central Plains. The target of this anger is both the northern Mang and northern Liang. There's no need to say much about the northern Mang barbarians. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions applies to both the grasslands and the Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, it was a dead knot that couldn't be untied. As for Bailiang, I also have some resentment. Why do you think only your Bailiang frontier army can guard the country's gate? We Jianghu people are not necessarily inferior. Unexpectedly, Lu Huang, who was originally the most stubborn of the same sect, did not get angry. He only nodded. Yu Groom smiled and asked, "You're not going to scold me?" Lu Huang said in a low muffled voice, "I used to scold people, but not now. I've met Su Fengnian." What he said made sense. Who is our master? Why does he need a bunch of good-for-nothing disciples like us to avenge him? We will be laughed at by our master in heaven. Besides, Su Fengnian also said that our master only wanted to lose. It's not that Su Fengnian really won. I still don't understand. It's similar to what master said about Li Chungang. I'm afraid this is where I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I can't let go of what I should let go of. I don't know how to pick up what I should pick up. I can't understand it in this lifetime. In the end, I even threw away my sword. I don't even have the courage to find it back. Yu Groom was silent. Lu Huang pulled the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, "I carried master's body to Mount Kunlun and buried it at the top of a mountain. You can go and pay your respects when you have the chance. I'll lead the way." Yu Groom sighed, "Fourth junior apprentice brother, you've changed a lot." Lu Huang did not deny, "It's not a good thing. Maybe I won't even have the heart to practice martial arts in the future. If there really is such a day, senior apprentice brother, I hope you can treat it as if Martial Emperor City never had such a person as Lu Huang." Yu Groom smiled, "I don't like to hear that." Lu Huang said self-deprecatingly, "I'm not good at saying nice things." Yu Groom carried a wicker basket and brought Lu Huang. The two martial arts masters walked and stopped on the grassland outside Lin Yao military town. Yu Groom did not speak and Lu Huang was a taciturn person. The two of them walked in silence. As the disciples of Martial Emperor City's Castellan Wang Xinji, they should have the deepest understanding of Jianghu. Before Su Fengnian appeared, the Central Plains had already recognized that the Jianghu they lived in was unprecedentedly grand. Compared to Gao Shulu and Lu Songtao's era, although their teacher Wang Xinji also won for 60 years, people like Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, Gu Jiantang, the white-robed monk Li Dangxin and the sickly tiger Yang Taisui, these people from the three sects did not have all their glory stolen by Wang Xinji. Each of them had their own style and shone brightly. Therefore, it could be said that the Jianghu of Liang met with a fruitful year. But if one counted with their fingers those outstanding martial grandmasters, especially after Chao Changqing died outside Tian City, all the Jianghu people would probably sigh. In just 5 or 6 years, so many grandmasters had died in Liang. Jian Zhou died outside Wuwu City, the world's 11th Wang Mingyin died outside Xiangfan City, the invincible Wang Xinji died in Bailiang, the cat man Han Xingxian died outside Shenwu City, the Dongyue sword pool Song Nianqing died, Yang Taisui died outside Shiyu Pass, Li Chungang who returned to the land of immortals died after Wanli Baro's sword, Lu Songtao who returned to the Jianghu after 100 years died on Guangling River, Wudang's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping died on the way to the river, Xianyuan Jingcheng and Xianyuan Dandan both died in their own great snow plains, the number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wang Tongshan, died on the battlefield, the dragon tree monk died outside Beimang's Gate of Heaven, Qi Jiajie died in Fuxia town at the foot of Mount Wudang, the gatekeeper of Tian City, Lu Haoshi, died outside that city, Wudang's Hong Shixiang reincarnated, the father and son of Mount Long who ascended together, while sighing softly, he also felt a little fortunate. Because when the older generation was withering, looking back, the Liang River Lake was still filled with new experts. Among them, Su Fengnian was the leader of the group and fought against Wang Xianji. In the Great Peace City, he fought against two people. In the western region, he fought against Tuoba for thousands of miles. It could be said that the young vassal king had fought against all the great masters of the present age. Grumyu stopped and his shoulders shook as if he was weighing the weight of the cow dung in the wicker basket on his back. He then turned to Lu Huang and said, "Actually, I know that among the few of us, you are the most scheming. Among the martial brothers, you and I are the most pure in sword training and do not involve ourselves in other things. Therefore, you have always been comparing yourself with me. Probably in your eyes, Master is a huge mountain that is too tall and almost insurmountable. As for me, I am a small mountain of that huge mountain. Only when you have stepped over that mountain would you have the qualifications to challenge Master." Just like Jian Huang and the other people of the Jianghu, they climbed up the martial emperor's city with the identity of a challenger. Therefore, you gave up on the sword intent and focused on the sword art. You did not hesitate to walk with a limp on the sword Dao just to be able to suppress me. Lu Huang didn't deny or admit it. Grumyu shifted his line of sight and looked at the boundless yellow sand of the desert. He smiled and said, "However, after I walked out of the martial emperor's city, I realized one thing. If Master didn't leave the Eastern Sea and we didn't leave the martial emperor's city, then we would have to live in Master's shadow for the rest of our lives." Coincidentally, this was an ending that Master didn't want to see. Master hoped that each of us would achieve something. He hoped that my sword intent wouldn't be weaker than Li Chuangong's. He hoped that Lu Huang's sword art would be comparable to Dong Tai's. He hoped that Gong Ke would be able to become a great master by gathering the strengths of various sections. Fourth junior brother, Master didn't ask for anything in return for the teachings that he taught us. Since we are swordsmen, then we have to respect the 3-foot sword in our hands. We shouldn't have a guilty conscience because our opponents are invincible, and we shouldn't have doubts because the sword Dao is difficult. Speaking until here, Grumyu smiled and asked, "Do you know which swordsman I admire the most in the past 100 years?" Lu Huang shook his head. Chapter 1789. Grumyu smiled happily. "Wang Xiaoping, Wudong's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. In my heart, Wang Xiaoping used Shinshu to block our master's footsteps in the battle of blocking the river. Wang Xiaoping's sword after death was the voice of all the swordsmen in the world." Lu Huang frowned. He didn't understand why the proud senior brother Yu Groom would fall in love with a loser's swordsmanship. Grumyu looked fascinated and said softly, "People can die, but swords can break. People and swords can't retreat." Lu Huang clearly felt that when Grumyu said these words, his aura suddenly soared, just like the tide at the top of the martial emperor's city. It gradually rose and finally surged with the power of the world. Grumyu's aura disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness and said seriously, "We shouldn't always think about being the best in the world. If the cultivators of Taoism only look at Ancestor Lu, the martial artists only think about defeating our master, and the swordsmen all try to surpass Li Chungang, then what is the meaning of life? Of course, we can have such thoughts, but we can't be the only one. If our obsession is too deep, we won't be able to see the beauty of the world." Lu Huang sighed, "My sword heart is pure, I won't lose to you. My sword heart is deep, I'm not as good as you." Grumyu smiled, "You're wrong." Lu Huang was curious. Grumyu stretched out a finger and shook it, "You're the one who's not as good as me." Lu Huang was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Grumyu suddenly looked to the north. North was Beimang's southern dynasty with millions of cavalry. The young man smiled gently, "Junior brother, you're already in your 40s, when are you going to find a wife?" Lu Huang followed his gaze and looked to the north. He rarely joked, "I'm also worried." Grumyu was silent for a moment and said, "It's strange. Master is willing to give the greatest kindness to the people of Jianghu. No matter who comes to the city to challenge him, he will be the whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Master doesn't care about it and is happy to see it. Only Beimang Jianghu has never shown any kindness. Even Tuoba looked down on him. That year. Therefore, I thought that one day, I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba and let him know one thing. My master looks down on you, Bodhisattva Tuoba. You have no choice but to accept it. Lu Huang said somewhat helplessly, so you came to the northwest to pick up cow dung. Groom Yu narrowed his eyes and said, Fourth junior brother, you don't know, but this place is vast, with thousands of stars like candles. Even the artistic conception will be different if you poop in this place. Lu Huang sighed, after you left the city, you have changed a lot. Yu Groom dismissed it with a laugh. Lu Huang smiled, but I like it. The bridegroom Yu in the past was extremely talented. He was once called Li Chungang by his master, Wang Xianji. He was handsome and elegant. Which woman in the martial emperor's city did not admire him? But at that time, Lu Huang was never close to the groom. Lu Huang still liked the guy in front of him who carried a wicker basket and spoke vulgarly. Therefore, Lu Huang coldly snorted, although my sword Dao is not as good as yours, when it comes to killing people on the battlefield, you may not be able to beat me. Yu Groom said carelessly, then let's compete when the time comes. Lu Huang smiled, let's make it clear first. If you surrender, you lose half of the battle. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Lu Huang suddenly said, after I escorted a pair of sisters to Western Shu, on the way back, I accidentally met 4 people. I only know the name of that Nanzhao number 1, Wei Miao. There was a middle-aged man with the surname Qi. He carried a sword case and his sword aura was quite heavy. There was also a young man and woman. The woman carried a guqin and should not be underestimated. However, the young man seemed ordinary. Yu Groom said softly, I also heard that Lin Hongyuan, Ji Lu, and Xing Baishuang came from Nanjiang's Dragon Palace. There was also a master of knife skills, Mao Shulang. The Central Plains is full of storms in the northwest. Lu Huang smiled, it's really lively. On Mount Wudong, an old Taoist named Yu Xingrui went down the mountain with a sword on his back. The chief Li Yufu and the little Taoist boy Yu Fu sent him off to the memorial arch of Wudong Dangxing. In a dilapidated ancient city that had appeared in countless poems, there was a person in white sitting on the low wall where foxes and rabbits roamed. In the sunset, she was Luoyang. She was looking at the former capital of Daqin, Luoyang City. Once missed, you will miss it forever. Suddenly, another person in white appeared behind her. The woman was tall. Luoyang did not turn her head. She said softly, Tantai Pingjing, don't be like me. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before there would be no such thing as a next life. Therefore, some things would be settled in this life. If there was someone you liked, you could openly say that you liked her. If there is someone you owe, say sorry. Tantai Pingjing asked, are you waiting for someone? Luoyang lifted the flagon and drank a mouthful of liquor. This time, I'm afraid that I can't wait. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, the person you liked 800 years ago is no longer in this world. Why are you waiting in the world? Luoyang narrowed her eyes and smiled intoxicatingly, because in this life, I suddenly found that the person I like is actually in the world. If I can, I will like him for the next 800 years. Tantai Pingjing wanted to say something but stopped. Luoyang stood up slowly and threw the wine flask to the Qi Refinement Warrior Grandmaster. He smiled and said, I can give you the wine, but I will not give my man to you. I will not give it to anyone. Tantai Pingjing originally wanted to fight. At the very least, she should say some harsh words to save her face. But somehow, in front of this domineering woman, Tantai Pingjing couldn't say anything. Luoyang looked around, as if she wanted to take a good look at this city for the last time. This ancient city was named after her by the great Qin dynasty's emperor. She smiled and said to herself, what North Rejector City? Luoyang City sounds so nice. When I reach the border, you can change your name. Tantai Pingjing felt strange, he's willing to listen to you? Luoyang asked, does he dare not to listen? Tantai Pingjing was speechless. That day, outside North Rejector City, Beimang staked everything on one throw. 400,000 cavalrymen pressed the border. Su Fengnian, who was wearing a king's robe, rushed down the city wall alone with a cold saber at his waist. Jiang and I, who was wearing a white dress, climbed up the city wall and placed the red sandalwood sword case under the war drum. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the drumsticks with both hands and started to beat the drum. When the first Beimang war drum sounded between heaven and earth. Outside the city, Su Fengnian stood alone in front of the northern Mang army. His sideburns fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. A figure landed on the battlefield like a meteor. A middle-aged man, who was standing on the left side of Su Fengnian, had his hands behind his back and an ordinary iron sword at his waist. He said, "Dong Tai is here." Amidst the drumming, another figure plummeted down and stood to Su Fengnian's right. She only said her name loudly, Luoyang. A man wielding a spear descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. He shouted, "Su Yanbing of Northern Liang." A woman in a purple dress jumped down and said coldly, "Mount Hui Snow Meadow, Xianyuan Qingfeng." A blood-red robe flew down. Su Ing. War drum after war drum. Meteor after meteor fell. They lined up on the left and right sides of the young king. Wuxia Valley. Dongyue sword pool chai Qingshan. Wudang Yu Xingrui. Wu family sword tomb Wu Luding. Sword servant Suehua. Shui Song official Shui Song. Dragon Tiger Mountain Qi Xianxia. Martial Emperor City Yu Groom. Lu Huang. Dragon Palace Qing Baishuang. Nanjiang Mao Shulang. Nanjiao Wei Miao. On the line between Beimang's cavalry and North Jibei City, 18 people, 18 martial arts masters, gathered outside North Jibei City. This had not happened in the past 1,000 years, and it would not happen in the next 1,000 years. What was invincible in the world? This was it. The sound of the Beimang cavalry's hooves and war drums sounded so heroic. Outside the Northwest Pass, in front of the army, those people announcing their names one after another, how could they not show off the style of the Central Plains? Jiang and I beat the drum like thunder and shouted, "Kill!" She was as elegant as the king of Beimang's concubine, Wu Su. Su Fengnian held his cold sword and said, "Kill!" Almost at the same time, all the masters on the line said the word, "Kill." They wanted to fight against 400,000 cavalry with 18 people. Chapter 1790. When the 8,000 Dongjue private cavalry moved according to the agreement, they were shocked to find that less than a tenth of their horse stables were left. Only Yelu Chukai and Lin Fu were left, and there were 20 to 30 cavalry at their sides. It could be said to be extremely tragic. From this point on, Beimang entered an awkward situation where all of their elite horse stables were dead, while the other side still had hundreds of Bailiang crossbowmen. This meant that in this Dragon Eye Scout battle, both sides had calculated everything. Unfortunately, Bailiang was still a level higher. When the commander of the 8,000 cavalry, Agudamu, saw this scene, he was angry out of humiliation, but also a bit nervous. His Majesty the Emperor had declared that he would wipe out all of the Bailiang crossbowmen, yet the outcome was so unexpected. Like this, if he dared to let go of a fish that escaped the net today, he might not be able to bear the consequences. This valiant cavalry general, whose name symbolized vastness on the grasslands, roared angrily. He had those black crows and black foxes slide past the edge of his cavalry formation, and then began to chase after those Beimang crossbowmen who turned their horses around at almost the same time. If it was a normal battle between the grassland's main light cavalry and Bailiang's crossbowmen, no matter how great the disparity in numbers was, relying on the crossbowmen's Bailiang horses, it would be extremely difficult to intercept and kill. However, today, the crossbowman could be said to be truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Their crossbows had no arrows, and their horses were tired. They had long pulled out their blades to kill the enemy. As such, these last seeds of crossbowmen who had penetrated deep into the Dragon Eye's hinterland, in front of the 8,000 cavalry who were full of vigor, were not something that they could escape just because they wanted to. Agudamu set up a giant oxhorn bow that didn't conform to the northern Mang cavalry structure, adjusting his breathing and aim while riding on the continuously rising and falling horseback. The bow was pulled back like a full moon, and with a peng noise, the arrow's momentum was like rushing thunder, shooting through the back of a wandering crossbowman. The force behind the arrow was ferocious, to the extent where not only did the entire arrow pass through his body, it also almost struck a second rider's back. Agutamu, who still hadn't had his fill, smacked his lips, trying to find a certain young face among the wandering crossbowmen. With a loud and sinister laugh, he said, "Boys, whoever can cut off the head of the wandering crossbowman Captain Li Hanlon, this old one will immediately make him a 1,000-man commander." The sound of horse hooves, dust flew into the air, and the laughter of the grassland cavalry whistled through the air. As the number 1 cavalry commander under Dongzhuo's command, even though his status wasn't as high as the other 2 Dongzhuo infantry commanders, after hanging out with Fatty Dong, who used to be the great king of the southern courtyard for a long time, Agutamu, who came from an ordinary background, was promoted to a commander after accumulating battle contributions. He had also seen many great scenes, to the extent where he even had the fortune to meet the emperor in the king's tent. When that seemingly amiable old woman heard his name, she, who was in a rather good mood, even cracked a joke, saying that this name was good, that he was blessed with good fortune, that Northern Mang would definitely be able to seize a vast territory with his name. Agutamu took this as an honor and was determined to one day ride his horse to the banks of the Guangling River and follow his benefactor, Dongzhuo, to open up new territory so that his children and grandchildren could freely ride their horses in the rich Jiangnan of the Central Plains. He was bound to make those generations of scholars tremble in fear under the hooves of grassland horses. Although Agutamu's attitude was domineering and he had entered a great situation where he could pick up the heads of the enemies wherever he went, this rough man was far from being as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Not only did he order half of the cavalry not to charge with all their might, he also sent out 2 groups of 1,000 cavalry to spread out on the flanks in case Beiliang still had a backup plan. Although this possibility was not high, after all, under the premise that Beimang's million-man army was pressuring the border for the second time, especially since Huda City had already lost its strategic importance. Under normal circumstances, Beiliang's defensive line should have shrunk. It had to be known that in the first great battle of Liangmang, not a single soldier from Beiliang had entered the Longyan Plains. Now, they should not have come here to seek their own deaths. However, as one of the main generals of the Dong family army, the battle that made Agutamu famous was when he followed Dongzhuo in the early years to fight a series of elusive raids. At the time, he had beaten the Liang army, which had the advantage at the time, to the point that they were unable to make ends meet. This directly led to Liang annexing the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, when their momentum was at its peak, to the failure of the first battle outside the Great Pass where they almost broke through the Beimang court like a hot knife through butter. Dongzhuo, with the strength of 1 man and 1 army, turned the tide. From then on, he was seen as the most handsome eagle by the people of the grassland and had a meteoric rise in the southern court. Therefore, Agutamu, who had been influenced by what he saw and heard, knew better than any other Norland general the principle that all was fair in war. When Li Hanlon saw Beimang's 8,000 cavalrymen turn around and retreat without any hesitation, Wei Mushing, who had been leading a group of crossbowmen and patiently watching from the sidelines, knew that it was finally time for him to go all out and kill the enemy. If he didn't fight now, when would he? When he brushed shoulders with Li Hanlon, who was covered in blood, Wei Mushing didn't say anything. He clasped his hands together and saluted him on horseback. As for the young lieutenant whose helmet was nowhere to be found, he only responded with a smile and didn't say anything. This young military general whose reputation had soared to the point where even the Northern Mang Empress had personally mentioned him had messy hair, congealed blood, and mixed with a lot of yellow sand. The iron armor he wore was even filled with blade scars of varying depths. This young man, who had always been called the most handsome, White Horse Lieutenant, by his subordinates outside Liangzhou's 3 White Horse crossbowmen, had always been called the most handsome, White Horse Lieutenant, in history. He had always been called Sun Ji and Wei Mushing, but even if both of them were put together, they still couldn't compare to him. And this young cavalry general, who had once been notorious in his hometown, suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Mushing's back. He shouted, "Old Wei. If you can't hold on, then run with me. Don't fight to the death. Don't King die." Wei Mushing didn't turn around. It was as if he didn't hear, or as if he heard but didn't want to reply. This lieutenant was only leading the troops to bring up the rear. It wasn't only to allow Li Hanlan's troops to leave the battlefield, it was also to buy time for Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry to rush to the battlefield. Wei Musheng and the 300 cavalry under his command were valiant and fearless in stopping the momentum of the Beimang cavalry's charge. The cavalry of Beimang that had truly entered the battlefield was still around 3,000. And Dong Zhuo's private army had always been the strongest in terms of military strength in Beimang's southern border army. Therefore, in this battle, no matter how brave and skilled Wei Musheng's troops were, it was still